Hey everyone, and welcome to the best of August 2021. Tonight we have 4 hours of scary stories. These stories are placed in no particular order. Be sure to drop a like rating if at any point you feel that this video deserves one. Subscribing if you're new is also very much appreciated. On a side note, we have been doing these best ofs for over 3 years now, which is very crazy to think about. So I just wanted to say thank you guys for still continuing to support them. The first one was in July of 2018 and we're in August of 2021. That's a long time, so thank you guys. But yeah, I won't waste any more of your time. I hope you enjoy it. I hope you've all had a great summer. And as always, I always wondered why ghost hunters never went to Chernobyl. I've seen movies where they have monsters or mutated animals there, but I have never seen anything on ghosts. You'd think with the nuclear meltdown and the amount of deaths that happened there, they would have some activity going on. It piqued my interest so much that I planned a trip over there. I've been on small ghost hunts all over the country before, so I was no stranger to this stuff. I've been to the supposed most haunted places, but never really found anything interesting. Yeah, I have seen some weird stuff on my journeys, but never anything like what I came across in Chernobyl. The ghosts are completely different there. I'm not sure if it's the radiation before their death or after their death that completely mutated them. For the trip I had to make sure I went alone. That was my thing. I noticed you get more paranormal activity when you go alone. Maybe they feel more powerful over one person than over a group of people. But by choosing to go alone, it made the trip extremely difficult and much more dangerous. After months of planning and studying the land, I was finally there. I drove as far as I could and walked a few hours to get there. I arrived early on in the day, hoping to hit all the landmarks. The Ferris wheel, the Azure swimming pool, and the iconic rows of abandoned apartment buildings reclaimed by nature. When I finally arrived there, I immediately started setting up my gear. I set up my camera and started live streaming the event online. I had a few diehard fans that watched me live. I mostly did the live stream as a type of insurance. If anything bad happened, I was hoping someone watching would call for help or alert the police. The first few hours were uneventful. I didn't hear or see anything. My supposed voice box was not picking up anything. I was honestly about to start packing up my gear when I noticed a comment on my live stream. Who is that following you? Is that a cameraman? Following me? Nobody's following me. I assured them. I came here alone. It's just me. I panned around and retraced my steps, but nothing was there. I thought for sure someone was trolling me, but more comments kept popping up from different people. Who is that behind you? They asked. This made chills run down my spine, but I had to keep my composure. This could be a local, or worse, someone looking to rob me. I did have a few $1,000s worth of gear on me. Being all alone in an abandoned city made me a very vulnerable target. If anything went wrong, I was fucked. But I had to find out who was following me. Okay, let's see how close we can get to it. I remembered entering a room with a mirror immediately adjacent to the door. Maybe I could catch a glimpse of whoever was following me using that. I circled around and made my way towards that door. When I had left, the door was open. Upon my return, it was closed and locked shut. Fuck. This is going to take some time, I told my viewers. I left my camera facing the door and tried to force it open, but it felt like this door was nailed shut when I had just been through here. I decided to give it all my strength and 3 pushes, then give up. I should probably be heading back soon anyway. 1, 2, 3. And bang, it flew open. I landed a few feet in front of the mirror, laughing. brushing the dust off myself when I realized why I'm here in the first place. The follower. I looked up into the mirror and seen a pitch black mass floating behind me. I should have ran, but I was completely frozen in fear. This didn't seem like a ghost, but like a black hole had appeared behind me. Suddenly the mass reached out towards me. Before I could flinch or even close my eyes in fear, everything went black. I don't know how long I was passed out for, but when I woke up, I was in a completely different place. Everything felt different. The air was warm with a slight noticeable draft blowing in one direction. I stood up and noticed the room was now covered in an inch of dust. The room also looked different, like someone had moved everything around, searching for something. I went to grab my camera and noticed it was gone. I reached for my backpack and that too was gone. Great. Someone fucking robbed me. I let out in anger. I was trying to piece back what happened, but I could only recall a black mass, not a person. Sadly, my head was throbbing with a headache. I could not recall anything clearly at the moment. I started to make my way out of the building when, in horror, I noticed the sky was now dark red and orange. The first thing that came to mind was the reactor somehow exploded again. I could faintly hear a siren going off in the distance, but it sounded odd. It was broken and not repeating properly like it had been running for years. I started making my way towards the exit and my rental car, which I could not be any further from. I had to make my way through the whole town and pass who knows what with all this hell going on. If this was another nuclear meltdown, I was fucked. I was right in the exclusion zone with no protective gear, nothing to defend myself with, and I still had a long way to go. As I got closer to the town center, I started hearing the strangest animal noises I have ever heard. I thought for sure the radiation was slowly torturing whatever animals were left to death. I kept walking and I noticed the whole town looked different now. I don't know what happened when I was passed out, but everything was different. It was like people were still here ravaging through everything. It was so different, I decided I should just retrace my steps so I wouldn't get lost in all this new junk. But I couldn't shake the feeling that something was following me. Maybe that same follower from before. I entered into a hospital I had walked through earlier. In here, those ungodly noises were not as loud and terrifying. I swear something or someone is out there in agony right now. I did not want to find out what it was. At this point, I was feeling woozy. My head was throbbing and I decided I needed a break. I entered into a room with windows so I could keep an eye on whatever the hell was going on out there. I was sitting staring out the window when I noticed even the trees looked different the closer I got towards the reactors. They were now bare and deformed. They looked like large bat wings curled in, but all the trees and branches were being blown away from the reactor towers. Almost like a continuous wind was pushing them away. I wonder how long I was out for. Could I have been passed out a whole day and all this happened? I tried to ease my mind. This felt like a living hell. Could I be dead? As all these horrible thoughts were racing through my mind, a mother holding a small child on her shoulder staggered past the window. "Hello?" I shouted, but to no response. She just kept on limping by in what looked like a great amount of pain. I ran outside in a desperate attempt to get her attention. "Please stop. I can help." I kept running towards her, yelling and waving my arms. When I finally got closer, she slowly stopped but stared straight forward. This stopped me dead in my tracks. As I was closer, I could make out the details on her. She was horribly burnt. Her ears were nothing but holes, and her face was a blank canvas of melted skin. The continuous wind blew the blanket covering her baby to reveal a large mass of flesh and small body parts half mutated into her body. Her child was dead. As I was now close enough for her to hear me, I could now hear her. A whimpering cry was coming from inside her skin-covered mouth. I was petrified in fear. A mutated monster stood in front of me and I did not know what to do. In what felt like an eternity, she slowly turned her head towards me. She started motioning her head upwards in a sniffing action like she could smell me. That was enough for me to turn back towards the hospital and run as fast as I could without looking back. I could hear the muffled crying getting louder and louder as she chased me. It was almost like she wanted my help. I dashed inside and slammed the door behind me as hard as I could. Standing, staring at her, I felt a small win. That's when I heard it. Screams of agony started howling from everywhere. The mother immediately ran towards the woods in fear. I was anxiously waiting to see what made that creature run off when suddenly from behind, the building's horrific flesh-looking creature started running and limping in my direction. I knew I couldn't hide from these things if they could smell me, so I ran towards the roof. I closed as many doors as I could behind me, and quietly sat in an air vent as these creatures searched through the building. I tried to breathe as little as possible, but that was hard when you are terrified beyond belief. The building was so decrepit and old, I could peek through where I was hiding. I wanted to see what I was running and hiding from. The smaller ones had already left the building. Only the bigger ones were still there. As I was peeking through, a huge puffy man in a hazmat suit stumbled by. He was bloated. He looked like he could pop any second. His suit was sewn shut like human flesh, like it was a part of his body. He was terribly burnt or mutated. I couldn't tell. Their flesh looked like melted candle wax. They all finally left and I was alone with my fear. I felt like prey here. I needed to escape whatever this was. I needed to get closer to my rental car and to a hospital. Now that it was quite enough, I left that building and slowly made my way towards the exit trail. As I was walking, I noticed it felt like time wasn't moving here. It had been the same time of day as when I woke up. I surely had been a few hours, but the sky was still the same red and orange. This gave me an uneasy feeling. While I was walking, I noticed a normal-looking house far off in the distance. It wasn't old and abandoned-looking. It had a lit torch on the front porch like someone was currently living there. Finally, some good news, I thought. But this was towards the reactors, a place I did not want to go. I decided that house was my best bet, so I carefully made my way towards it, not wanting to alarm any more creatures on the way. As I was walking, I could still hear the odd screams and howls off in the distance. I could hear the pain these creatures were in. As I walked towards the house, I looked up at the tall reactor towers. They looked enormous. I lifted my hand to shade my eyes from the glow that seemed to emanate off them. That's when I realized I could see the bones through my skin. This caused me to quicken my pace. I started to jog since I was finally getting closer to the house. As I arrived, I could see a fire lit inside the house. Someone was definitely living there. Hello? Anybody home? I need help. Please. I let out desperately. At that moment, a deformed dog came running out from beneath the deck. I ran back and stumbled as the dog was halted by a chain, barely getting me. The dog, missing all its fur and constantly scratching itself, stared me down a few inches from my face, growling and snarling at me. Suddenly, behind him, the door flew open. "Who's there? Why are you here?" said a man as he walked forward. He was old and looked like a priest. He was wearing a torn robe and some kind of necklace around his neck. "Who's there?" he repeated, but louder this time. Me. I'm here," I responded, confused. "Can you not see me?" I asked. "No, I cannot see. Come in, quickly now," he said while motioning his arms towards the house. His dog seemed to calm. I walked past the beast and inside his house as he shut the door behind me. His place looked old. Everything in here looked like it was from a century ago. "Who are you?" Why are you still here? I asked. Why are you here? You should not be here, he responded. I'm lost, I think. I don't know how I ended up here exactly. I was exploring the city when somehow I ended up in this place. You don't just end up here. What were you doing exactly? He sternly asked. Well, I was looking for someone. Someone was following me, and I tried to see who it was. Then they touched me, and I ended up here. I see. So you were why all those things were riled up then, huh? I heard a group of those things dragging something up to the church. I'm guessing it was you. Me? What do you mean? I'm right here. You are here, yes, but they took your body up to the church, he said as he walked towards a window, pointing outwards. They sacrifice something every chance they get, the dirty bastards. He let out in anger. I'm sick of those things. I wish they could go away so I could rest in peace. What are you? Are you one of them? I slowly asked. No, I used to be a priest. I stayed back as long as I could to help the people pass on in peace, long after the army left everyone behind. But I guess I stayed too long because somehow I ended up stuck here. I can't leave or move on, so I learned to live with those monsters. I stay near the towers because it's the one place they seem to hate. Is there any way I can leave this place? I asked. I don't know. Maybe if you get your body before they tear it apart we can, but I have never tried such a thing. Most who come here never make it out. People have been here before. A few, yeah. Lost souls like you. A few government scientists came here once but never returned. I think the monsters scared them away. Those creatures. The monsters. What are they exactly? Were they always here? No, they were people like you. They were left behind or chose to stay behind. Some tried to help. Some wanted to take advantage of the situation with greed. In the end, the radiation was too much for us all. The government hid from us how bad the situation really was. Am I dead? I asked suddenly. No, not yet. I am, but right now you are in between. You must hurry. I don't know how much time you have. We collect your body and try to put you back. He grabbed a walking stick, put a few vials of some liquid into his pocket, and we were off to the church. As we were leaving, he untied his dog and I asked him what that thing was. Man's best friend, he responded. I used to leave him beds outside my house. He seemed scared of those things out there. Eventually, we gained each other's trust and have been following each other ever since. Not all the things here are like him, though. Almost all those things out there will try to rip you to shreds given the chance. They take the limbs off anything and leave them at the altar. Like a gift. A gift for who? I asked. There's one out here who stays hidden, but all those creatures fear him, so they leave him gifts hoping he won't go after them. What is he? I don't know, but he was close to the reactors when everything went down. I think he is the most mutated of us all. As we were walking along a path, I noticed a body mutated into the ground. Its limbs were cut off and it was slowly flailing its arms about, like he was trying to get unstuck. But he was cemented into the ground. The old man walked past it without a notice. I wanted to try to help, but I'm sure it would have attacked me the second it was loose. As we got closer to the church, I noticed bones were scattered everywhere. Be careful, he warned. How can you see the way? I asked. I have been here a very long time, so long that I barely remember my life before the disaster. My memories slip away more and more every day, and I fear that soon I will become one of those creatures. I felt petty for this man. I wish I could help him. We walked towards the back entrance of the church. The windows were all broken and the front doors were barricaded shut. We slowly entered. As we rounded the corner, I could see my lifeless body laying on the ground. It felt odd looking at my own body. I ran towards myself. I was cold to the touch. I'm dead, I let out in worry. No, you are not, and be quiet. We're in its den, said the old man. Now lay down inside your body, he instructed. I followed along and laid beside myself. No, lay in your body, he angrily responded as he was gathering candles and some cloths. I moved a bit over and somehow I was able to lay in myself. It was an odd sensation. I was cold and I could feel a wetness all around me. Now what do I do? Nothing. You wait. He placed lit candles around me, started soaking some pieces of clothes with a liquid and placed it on my body. Stay quiet, and whatever you do, don't move. He took a few steps back and began to speak in a language I did not recognize. As he was doing this, I noticed the statue behind him began to move. It was the one he was speaking about. The one who they feed. I yelled to warn him when the beast attacked from behind, launching both of them to the ground. His dog immediately jumped to his aid when the creature threw him into the wall, leaving him lying motionless. He was terrifying looking. He had long, skinny arms with legs that were backwards at the knee. Blood was leaking from its fanged mouth while its bloody fingertips wrapped around the arms of the priest. Don't move, he shouted. I was frozen in fear being near this creature, but I wished to help. While the priest was holding back the fangs from digging into him, he pulled out a vial and threw it into the monster's huge mouth. It released its grip from him and staggered backwards, coughing a green glowing substance that released smoke from anything it touched. I thought for sure it was radioactive. The monster retreated outwards while the priest stood up examining his wounds. The son of a bitch dug deep into me. He said, "Are you okay?" I asked. I should be able to finish this, but just in case they come back, I'm going to make sure I get the last hit. He stood up and walked over to his dog. Don't worry, buddy. I'll be seeing you on the other side, he said while petting his hand. He then walked around the church, pouring something onto the ground, saving the most for the entrance we used. What's that? I asked. You'll see, he responded. He then walked back over to me and started chanting again. Are you going to be okay? I asked. He ignored me and kept speaking in that unknown language. Not a minute into his ritual, a screaming roar came from outside the building. He started chanting louder while pushing something out of his pocket. I could see through the holes and broken windows that a mob of creatures were coming directly our way. There's a lot of them, I shouted. He then lit a match and threw it into the substance on the ground. A purple flame erupted and lit our entire surroundings on fire. Arms and heads then started reaching into the building trying to grab at us. I felt helpless. I could feel the certain death on the other side of the walls. He took a step closer towards me as the fire grew and climbed up the walls. A strange glow began to form around myself. I pulled my hand up to look closely at my fingertips, illuminating when I realized my physical body moved with me now. It's working, I shouted. At that moment, more and more creatures began ripping open the building. The glow around my body grew brighter and brighter when the roof started falling down, nearly hitting us. He then knelt down while continuing his chant. I started feeling sick. My body suddenly felt extremely cold. As the light around me grew too bright to look at, the monsters broke through the walls, storming inside at a great pace. The priest ignored all of this and kept on his chant. The roof then collapsed. As it was falling closer and closer, and the creatures were within arm's length of both of us, I blacked out. I was surrounded by darkness. I awoke in a dark room. The sun was down and I was freezing. I sat up and realized I was back in that room with the mirror. My camera sitting on the ledge and my backpack laying next to me. Was that a dream? I asked. I stood up and looked at the time. It was 3:15 a.m. in the morning. What just happened? I asked myself. I gathered my stuff and walked outside. It was dead quiet. No sound except the wind rustling and leaves on the trees. I started my way back and everything looked normal. I was back in the world of the living. I noticed a collapsed church on my walk back and stopped by to look at it. It looked burnt. Graffiti covered one remaining wall. I stood there wondering if I had imagined everything that had happened, and as I was looking through the debris, I noticed old priest robes, completely shredded to pieces. I turned around and walked as fast as I could towards my rental car, not wanting to think of everything that had just happened. The car started fine. I made it home with a few bruises, but nothing bad. I looked over my footage the following week, and to my disappointment, it did not capture anything. Just me collapsing to the floor with nothing standing behind me. Did that really happen? Or did I just hit my head hard enough to think that happened? I have no idea. I still have nightmares of those creatures and that place. No one seems to notice. Not my mom, not my dad, not my sister. No one but me. My brother Daniel was sitting in front of me, tapping the table with his right index finger. You wouldn't have noticed this, but my brother taps the table with his left index finger. He always does. It's been 2 weeks since my 13th birthday. It was the same day he announced he was going to leave for university soon, and the same day he started acting differently. It was little things most people wouldn't notice, but Daniel and I are close. We never left each other's sides, so I picked on it quickly. He was amazing at Crash Team Racing. Not so much for me. He knew that, so he would pretend to be bad and let me win a lot. But whenever I play with him now, it's like he's never touched a video game before. He pretends he's playing badly on purpose, but wasn't pretending. He loved pasta with cheese and chicken, but when my mom brought it out, he would seem just mildly happy. We rarely had it, and whenever we did, you would be able to see the excitement on his face. He was sleeping on his back quietly with the closet open. We slept in the same room for as long as I can remember. He used to sleep on his right side and snored like an animal every day. He always shut the closet open for me. I always saw something standing whenever I woke up in the middle. He never found anything in the closet, but I swore to him I always saw something. So he promised to shut it every night for me. But he stopped after my birthday. Something is wrong. This isn't my brother. I just know it. I'm planning to take it down, but I have to make sure this isn't my brother. I have an idea. I'll test him. I know Daniel will have no problem passing the test. He always loved going on adventures with me, so I invited him to come with me. He was busy on his computer, saying he's busy with his university application, but I insisted until he came with me. We went to an abandoned building not so far from my house. We came to this building years ago. We explored the rooms together. They were dusty, creepy, and unsettling, but I cared more about finding out if this person was my brother. We arrived at an empty small room with an infinitely symbol drawn with chalk. Daniel drew it when we came here years ago. I was afraid Daniel would leave me. He told me he would be there for me forever as he drew it, saying his love for me equals infinity. I asked Daniel if he knew who drew it or knew what it was. He said he didn't know who drew it, and it means infinity. Now I'm sure. This isn't my brother. This person is an imposter. I have to take care of him. The night settled, and silence filled our house. Everyone was asleep. I was in the kitchen, sharpening the knife my mom always used. I watched my mom do it a lot. I wasn't good at it, but it was better to make sure that thing is dead. I stood next to my brother's bed as he slept quietly. I held the knife with a firm grip. I prayed to God, any God. He would snore, and I would be wrong. I stood there for a second waiting for it, but all there was silence. It was dark. I didn't know what happened. It's like my entire world became dark as I raised the knife. I couldn't see, hear, or feel. It's like I stopped existing. Moments later, I was on the ground. I heard screams of agony and pain. Daniel was bleeding. Wait, no, he's supposed to be a monster. Why was he bleeding like a normal human? Why does his screams sound like his screams when he was hurt? My dad and mom barged in. Everything happened so fast. The next thing I knew, I was being dragged by the police. Was I wrong? Did I just try to murder Daniel? Why? Why did I even think of doing this? My mind was flooded. I was filled with guilt. It's been 3 months since that incident. I was admitted to a mental facility. I haven't spoken a word after the incident. What I did never left my mind even for a second. My parents haven't visited me yet, and Daniel would have left for university tomorrow if I didn't stab him. I was told I had a visitor. I was laying on my bed as I heard the door open. It was Daniel. He was wearing a medical eye patch. I couldn't even look in his direction, feeling the guilt killing me. He sat next to my bed as he started talking. I didn't want to hear his voice, but I couldn't stop listening. He was asking how I was doing, if the facility was nice, if I needed anything. I couldn't muster a response. I heard Daniel ask for a hug. I couldn't stop myself from breaking down and crying. I hugged him as he comforted me. I told him he acted differently. He didn't spend as much time as he used to. He even forgot the symbol he drew for me. I thought he was a monster or someone pretending to be him. I felt his hand rubbing on my back. "You're not wrong," he said as I cried. Wait, what? I let go of the hug, slowly confused. I asked if he could repeat it. He did. He said I wasn't wrong. I'm not wrong? I must be imagining it. He grabbed my hand and handed me something. I couldn't move my eyes from it. It was an eye. Daniel's eye that I stabbed. It was cut in half. My hand started shaking as I looked up. Daniel was smiling ear to ear. Literally. His smile was so wide it was unhuman. His hand grabbed his face and pulled it upwards like a mask. What the fuck is that? That wasn't my brother. That wasn't even human. But it was wearing Daniel's skin. It sounded like Daniel, but it wasn't human. I know what the hell I was looking at. It was the thing I always saw in the closet. I screamed and cried as he let go of me. Nurses came in, trying to calm me down as that thing got up to leave. He smiled as he waved goodbye. That thing isn't my brother. The sun had set beneath the horizon, casting the forest in a sad, gray light. Moss hung down from the trees, kissing the dirty brown water. Insects chirped through the trees while frogs croaked in a clamor. The breeze smelled fresh and muddy. We were walking back to our campsite. Me and 6 other friends of mine from college. We were camping out in the Louisiana woodlands for spring break in a place that couldn't seem to decide if it was a forest or a bayou. A few of them had flashlights towards the front while I walked in the back. I'm not usually one to feel scared out in the woods. I grew up out in the woods, but for some reason I just felt off. I looked at the dirty pond we were walking past. Bits of trash and driftwood floated atop it, while reeds swayed back and forth from beneath the surface, illuminated only by pale moonlight. My vision hung there for a while. I felt uneasy, but I couldn't place why. I thought I saw movement on the other side of the pond, but it was gone when I blinked. I looked away. No sooner than that, I heard a splash. I jolted my head back to see what happened, but I saw nothing. Nothing at all. Only the swaying of the trees. That was around when I realized that Danny was gone. He had been walking behind me. I hadn't been thinking about him. I stopped in my tracks and looked back, searching the darkness. My other friends didn't stop. "Danny, where you at?" I called. There was nothing. "Danny, quit fucking around." No response. I squinted my eyes, peering into the dark trees and the bend of the trail. I only heard the chatter of my friends further ahead. As I peered, I began to see movement. Then it stopped. Then there was a spasm of movement. Then it stopped. My heart began to beat faster. Then I saw a figure of who I assumed was Danny rise up from the ground. But then it spoke. "I'm coming," said a horrid, raspy voice. It sounded like gravel. "What the fuck?" I said. There was a cacophony of hoarse coughs and wheezes. Then the voice that spoke was Danny's. "Sorry, I tripped. I'm coming," said Danny. He ran forward and stopped next to me. I could see that it was Danny. That fluffy brown hair, rounded face, and skinny frame. Danny. "Are you okay, dude? You seem tense," said Danny. He had a look of genuine concern. "Yeah, I'm fine," I said. "Let's catch up with the others." "Good idea," he said. With that, we ran up the trail. I pushed away the fearful thoughts from my head. We arrived back at the campsite a few minutes later. The 4 others who remained behind had already started cracking open some beers. The fire was dancing red and hot. One of them voiced his excitement at our return. And so, the drinking commenced. I cracked one open and sat on a folding chair near the flames. Danny sat across from me on a bag of wood. He wasn't drinking. That was odd. Donnie was usually the first one to start. I pushed it out of my mind. I was being paranoid. We all laughed and drank and laughed some more. Lucy was already drunk, as usual. Joseph was now pouring whiskey shots. Danny spoke calmly with the others. Danny hadn't laughed at all. Not even once. I saw him chuckle occasionally, but it always seemed forced. And he still hadn't had a drink. "Why don't you crack open a cold one, Danny?" I asked. "Nah, not really feeling it. Maybe in a bit," he said. A few more minutes passed. That was around when Danny turned to Joseph. "Hey bro, follow me. I gotta show you something in my car," said Danny. "What is it?" asked Joseph. "You left something in my trunk. Or at least I think it's yours. I just remembered it right now," said Danny. "Alright," said Joseph. The 2 stood up and walked into the darkness towards the cars. I watched them go while the others didn't seem to notice. I felt uneasy again. Oddly, even more uneasy than I felt in the forest. "You're being stupid," I thought. I saw movement coming from the darkness. As it got closer, I saw that it was Danny and Joseph. Perfectly fine. They walked up to the fire and sat down. "Did you find what you were looking for?" I asked. "What?" asked Joseph, confused. "Oh, yeah, right. It was mine. It was somebody else's jacket." Suddenly, Joseph was seized by a violent fit of coughs. He hacked and wheezed for a solid minute. Joseph, you good? I asked. He hacked once more and spit on the ground. Everyone was looking at him with an expression of concern, except Danny. Yeah, I'm fine, said Danny. He wasn't asking about you, said Mary. Oh, He stuttered a bit more. I thought I heard my name. I'm fine, said Joseph. I looked at them both for a long while. The uneasiness had transfigured into dread. You're being paranoid, I thought. But it didn't matter what I thought. Something deep within me was telling me that something was wrong. Something was off. We all went back to drinking and talking. I had stopped doing both. I just stared into the fire and glanced at both Danny and Joseph. They weren't talking much either. Hey, Colin, said Danny to me. I just remembered. I saw a pretty big pile of sticks out in the woods. Pretty good size, too. Mind coming with me to get them? Everything in me was telling me no, that I shouldn't go with him. I think we've got enough here, wouldn't you say? I said, barely masking the nervousness. Can never have too much firewood, said Joseph. I'll come, said Mary. Me too, slurred a drunken Lucy. A look of disappointment seemed to pass over Danny's face, but he nodded and stood up, followed by Joseph and the girls. I watched them recede off into the woods, becoming dark outlines. I felt like I should run, that I should get out of there. What the fuck is wrong with you? Just stop it. Calm the fuck down, I thought to myself. But I couldn't calm down. Something was wrong. Something was definitely wrong. 15 minutes passed. 15 minutes I spent nervously staring into the forest. Corey, the guy sitting next to me, asked if I was okay. I reassured him I was fine and went back to freaking out in my head. Then they returned. They lazily wandered forward, carrying a measly number of sticks which they threw down on the ground. Lucy and Mary appeared like their regular old selves. Lucy still drunk as shit. They sat down by the fire again without saying anything to anyone. That wasn't a lot of wood, said Corey. Yeah, I couldn't find the spot. Hard to see at night, said Danny. I actually dropped a few on the way back over here. One of them was a big log. You mind coming with me? My flashlight's dead, so I'd like to use yours. Yeah, sure, said Corey. With that, he followed Danny into the woods. After they left, Lucy stood up and stumbled off away from the fire, drunkenly whooping and laughing. The fuck, Lucy? Come back, yelled Joseph. Would some of y'all come with me to go get her? It would ruin our nights if her drunk ass got lost. Several others nodded in assent. They got up and ran after her, leaving me and one other, Hannah, who continued staring into the fire. Something's wrong. Something's wrong. I've got to get out of here, I thought. The rational part of my brain was trying to get me to calm down, but something deep and primal was telling me that something really bad was happening. Hannah had a look of fear in her eyes. She looked into the fire, seemingly lost in thought. I knew she was thinking the same thing I was. You freaked out too? I asked. She looked up, surprised. No. Why you ask? I took a deep breath. Don't lie to me. Something weird is going on. I know you feel it too. Hannah averted her eyes, thinking for a moment. It's nothing. Just enjoy the fire, she said. But I couldn't enjoy the fire. Something was wrong. I just couldn't escape that feeling. So, I got up and walked to my car. Are you leaving? Asked Hannah, concerned. No, I'm just going to go get something, I said. I couldn't quite bring myself to leave. I had nothing solid to go off. I didn't want to drive off only to find out that nothing had been wrong. Instead, I walked to my car and grabbed my knife from the middle compartment. Then I walked back to my chair and sat down, shaking my leg up and down with nervous anticipation. That was about when all of them returned. They came back around the exact same time. Danny and Corey emerging from the forest. Danny smiled at me. A smile that seemed malicious. Me and Corey couldn't find the log. Did y'all find Lucy? He asked. How did you know Lucy was gone? I asked. Danny whipped his head back at me angrily. So did Corey. I heard them calling her name, said Danny. I didn't hear that, I said. Well, you must have bad hearing then. Didn't you hear them calling for her, Hannah? He asked questioningly. I may have, said Hannah. See, Colin, you have bad hearing, said Danny. Everyone else started to clamber back into their chairs and seating spots. No one even made mention of the search for Lucy. Lucy seemed completely sober now. I eyed them all like a scared animal. My body was in flight or fight mode. I knew something bad was about to happen. There were a few moments of tense silence, like a rubber band about to snap. Then, in an explosion of movement, Danny and Corey grabbed Hannah in one synchronous action. Her mouth was covered just after she belted a surprised yelp. Just as this happened, I dove out of the way of Mary trying to grab me. I jumped up and ran into the forest. I'd like to say that I tried to help Hannah, but there was nothing I would have been able to do. There were too many of them. All I heard behind me was the shuffling of arms and legs as they did God knows what to her. Then I heard the patter of footfalls as they chased after me. Help! Someone help me! I yelled into the forest. No one came. I ran through the trees and the underbrush as branches and weeds slapped against my face, leaving long bloody gashes down my cheeks and arms. I didn't stop though. I knew I couldn't stop. They were gaining on me. All of them were chasing me. A whole stampede of feet tramping through the vegetation. I tried to run faster, but my body was aching. The adrenaline was the only thing that pushed me forward. My foot got snagged on a tree stump. I twisted and stumbled into muddy water. I had found a portion of the bayou. It stank of foul rot. I tried moving forward, but I heard them not far behind me. So, I sank deeper into the water. There they were. I could see their dark shapes hovering on the edge of the water, evil forms imposing on the night. I felt myself submerged, desperate not to move an inch. They fanned out on both sides of the bayou, trying to figure out which way I had gone. I was running out of air. I willed myself to remain conscious, but it didn't matter. My vision grew fuzzy and dark. I needed air. I pushed my head above water for a brief moment. That was all they needed. There he is, yelled Lucy. Not a moment later, multiple hands grabbed me and yanked me out of the bayou. I kicked and screamed, but soon their hands were over my mouth. They slammed me against the muddy earth, laughing with glee as the wind was knocked out of me. Nowhere to go now, said Danny in a voice that was not Danny's. It was a rough voice, callous and cold. 4 of them had me pinned to the ground as Danny casually strolled towards me, looking down on with an expression of malicious joy. I was covered in foul water and slimy mud, strong hands holding me in place. I struggled and screamed, but it was useless. They overpowered me. I was absolutely petrified. Danny stood above me, and that was when I saw his eyes were pure black. Corey grabbed my face and held my mouth open. I began trying to reach for my knife. A thick, black liquid began to ooze out of Danny's mouth. It inked its way down his face and into my hand, coalescing into one stinking glob. He began to bring it down to my open mouth. "Another body," he said. With all the strength I had left, I jerked my hand into my pocket. I grabbed my knife and then thrust it into Danny's side. Every single one of them screamed a scream I had never heard. It sounded like the screeching of a braking car, but magnified, twisted, and prolonged. The voice that erupted from them seemed to be one. The hands that held me in place loosened long enough for me to break away. I jumped up and ran back in the direction of the campsites where I knew my car was waiting. It didn't take long for them to recuperate. They were chasing me yet again. My face was lashed by branches as I ran through the trees, but I didn't stop. Despite my exhaustion, I willed myself to keep running. I could see our dying fire through the trees. I broke out into the clearing of our campsite and ran towards our parked cars. I unlocked my sedan and jumped in. They were on me in a moment, pounding their fists on the windows. Corey was carrying a rock. He threw it at my windshield, shattering the glass and bloodying my face in a rain of knives. I put the car in reverse and ran over whoever was behind me. I didn't even see. I then clicked on my headlights and drove back down the dirt road at the highest speed I could manage. Soon, they were out of sight and I was driving down the highway fast enough to get pulled over. After a few miles, after I was sure I was a safe distance away, I pulled over on the side of the road. There, I broke down into tears and yelling. I cursed at myself, my friends, and whatever the hell was that did that to them. After I had let it all out, I put the car back in drive and drove to a hospital. I spent that night in the hospital. My parents met me there a few hours later. The doctors managed to bring me back to health, although I still have scars across my face from the glass. The police questioned me about what happened and I told them everything, despite their incredulous looks. I didn't mention the black fluids and the change in their voices and eyes because there was absolutely no way they would believe me. They already weren't entirely buying the story I told them. None of them have been seen since. Police and rescue services scoured the park and were unable to find any sign of them. I miss my friends. Not a day goes by that I don't think about what happened in those woods, that I don't think of whatever entity it was that stole them from me. I'm not a fan of shopping malls. Why shop in real life when online stores exist? It baffled me that people preferred shopping in public when they could sit in the comfort of their own home with a frothy latte. The newest styles just a tap away. My parents are not exactly technologically advanced. Sure, they own a phone and an iPad, which they're practically glued to all day. But Mom is convinced that if she uses her credit card online, some anonymous scammer will empty her bank account. Those things do happen, I'm not saying they don't. But Mom won't even online shop on big brand clothing sites, ones that have a very clear "We are not a scam" banner at the top of the page. Over the last year, she's been kind of forced to use online stores. But Mom still hates it. She still asks me 100 times if the transaction is safe, and then goes into panic mode when the page freezes. It doesn't freeze because of some faceless entity stealing all her savings. It freezes because she taps buy now repeatedly. The only site Mom trusts is Amazon, and it took her a year to fully get used to buying things. Well, I guess she was forced to get used to it. When we went into lockdown, Mom had to swallow her stubbornness. Unlike my mother, I don't go to the mall unless I absolutely have to, or my friend drags me there on a day out. I preferred the park, or maybe the local swimming pool, but Nina wasn't the type to argue with. When she rang me a few days ago, excitedly gushing about a shopping trip she had been planning all morning, I felt like I had to say yes. I graduated back in May, and I'm taking a gap year before college next year. Nina was doing the same, but job searching wasn't on her mind. Shopping was. She was talking so fast, so convoluted. I could barely understand her, but I got the gist of it. It was sale season, and Nina was eager to be first in line. Now, I'm not sure if I've made it clear, but I hate going out in public. I've suffered from anxiety since I was a kid, and untreated. It bled into my teenagehood. I take meds for it, and I'm not as bad as I used to be, but I still hate enclosed spaces, such as our local mall. I'm fine going to school or a job, but being in a crowd is just a no-no. Greensley is a small town, and I like that. Nina wants to move to New York or LA, but city's life terrifies me. I can't even go to the mall without freaking out. I can't even imagine what moving to a big city like New York would do to me. Anyway, I didn't exactly have a choice that day. Mom and Dad were at work, and I used the excuse that I was job searching with Nina. It started out fun. We got takeout noodles from a fancy Japanese restaurant that Nina insisted on paying for, and scoured Barnes & Noble. The problem started when Nina started in the clothes stores. I say stores, but she spent pretty much all afternoon in Forever 21. Sure, I like looking at clothes, but Nina takes ages. Last summer, during a heat wave, she took nearly 3 hours in one store. I was hoping history wasn't going to repeat itself. After all, I had told her multiple times I didn't want to spend forever in the clothing stores, and Nina had laughed, insisted that she wouldn't even be half an hour. When an hour passed, and she was still staring at the same dress and bag combo, I realized I'd made a mistake. 2 hours passed, then 3. I'm not sure what I ended up doing. Forever 21 was right in the middle of the mall, just next to the food court. I knew the exits by heart, but once my stomach started twisting with nausea, that oh so familiar prick of panic creeping up my spine, my palms grew sweaty. I tried to follow Nina, tried to give her compliments, but after several pathetic ones riddled with the same adjectives, I ended up walking around aimlessly. I tried to distract myself with my phone, but the smell of food was making me feel sick. There was a record store opposite, and I spent maybe 2 minutes in there. But the music was too loud. The crowd outside was growing, and I felt like I was suffocating behind my mask. I had to get out. That's all I could think. I had to get out. I had to suck actual air into my lungs, or I was going to die. That was my mind talking. I know it was. I know it was stupid, but once the thought was rooted, I couldn't suppress it. Felt like I was drowning, and I could no longer remember the exits. I could taste the noodles from lunch in the back of my throat. I was going to throw up. My mind kept telling me. I was going to throw up, and everyone was looking at me. I find it hard to tell people that I'm sick, so I end up not telling them. I keep it to myself and pray that I start to feel better. Except at that point, I was shaking. I could barely breathe, and I keep swallowing bile coating the back of my throat. When I found Nina standing in front of a mirror, holding a dress to her slim figure, I had to choke back a sob. Hey, I tried to smile, tried to act like I was fine. Nina, we've been in here for ages. He's cute. Nina cut me off, twirling around, her blonde hair a halo in her face. I've always envied her looks compared to mine. While Nina looks like a model, I'm kind of bland. In her hands were a combination of the exact same skirt, and I struggled to figure out what she was talking about when my gaze followed hers. Nina was talking about a mannequin a few meters away. Forever 21 had a guys and girls section, with the girls section being downstairs and the guys at the bottom of an escalator. Though, in the girls section, for the summer/fall collection, there were a myriad of mannequins, both male and female. The one Nina was staring at was an adult male mannequin. It wore a tight black shirt, skinny jeans, and sunglasses. Like my friend, once I'd caught sight of it, I couldn't look away. Nina must have been thinking the same thing as me because she turned to me, a grin plastered on her lips. Men. She marched over to the mannequin and ran her manicure down the material of his t-shirt. "That is the hottest fucking mannequin I've seen in years," she gushed. "Are we, like, totally sure he's not real?" I was fairly sure of it. Not he wasn't real. The thing was plastic, for God's sake. Though I couldn't help agreeing with her, at least at the back of my head. Mannequin didn't look human. That wasn't it. But it didn't look like a mannequin either, if that makes sense. Nina's eyes were wide. She cocked her head to the side, her lips curling into a frown. "I know this sounds crazy, but does he look familiar to you?" I expected her to be joking around, but her expression was deadly serious. "Like, I feel like I've seen him before. That's crazy, right?" I folded my arms, giving the mannequin a once-over. She was right. I didn't recognize the face because there wasn't really one. At least, not at a first glance. When I looked closer, however, there were facial features I couldn't ignore. Looking past the plastic sheen, the perfect jawline, I realized I was seeing exactly the same. But I would never say that. Nina needed glasses, but insisted on wearing contacts on a prescription that barely helped her. I'd lost count of how many times I'd had to yank her out of the way of a car. Him? Nina, it's a plastic doll. But Min, how can you not see it? She snorted out a laugh. He's got actual eyebrows. Her eyes snapped to his lower torso and kept going. I knew where she was looking, and I felt my cheeks grow warm. "Nina, are you done?" Her gaze snapped to me. "Why that much detail, though?" Her lips curved into a smirk, and she squealed, nearly bumping into a passing woman who shot her an odd look. "It is so we can show off to the girl mannequins." I was slowly losing my patience. They're probably making them more human-like to market the clothes better. Nina scrunched up her face before sighing with a nod. She took a step back. I didn't move. Maybe it was the sick feeling that was growing worse in my gut, but my feet were glued to the floor. I wanted to look at the mannequin properly, when a bustling crowd of teenagers weren't around me. Part of me expected Nina to marvel at more, but she shook her head with a grin. "You're right. He's plastic, but it's kinda hot, right?" She waggled her eyebrows at me. "Is it weird that I'm crushing on actual plastic?" I ignored the comment and forced myself to follow her to the changing rooms, where she spent nearly an hour picking out the best outfits. When Nina was done, the store was emptying. The sales assistant crept up behind us. She looked tired, though, was somehow maintaining a Cheshire cat grin. I wondered how many girls like Nina showed up on a daily basis. "We close in 5 minutes. You two should head to the checkout counter." Nina bought 4 t-shirts and 3 dresses. When she was swiping her card, my dancing stomach decided it really needed to go to the bathroom. I was half aware of a bathroom by the changing rooms. "Hey, I'm gonna head to the bathroom," I said, my cheeks blazing. "Don't wait for me, okay? I'll walk home." Just the idea of sitting in Nina's car without air conditioning for a 45-minute drive made me want to curl into the ground and die. Nina looked baffled, but she nodded. "Are you okay?" Her eyes narrowed. "Min, you look kinda pale." "I'm fine," I choked out, backing away. It's my time of the month." "Oh, okay." Nina's expression brightened. "Do you need a pad?" I shook my head. "No, it's fine." She nodded, swinging her bags around. The motion made me feel worse. "Hey, do me a favor. My phone died, but I really want a pic of Daniel. Can you get one when you come out?" "Daniel?" She giggled. Behind the counter, the sales assistant laughed along. "The mannequin. You know, the hot one." "Ah, yeah." The sales assistant nodded while folding up Nina's clothes. "Our mannequins get a lot of attention, particularly the male ones, though we have had several boys taking selfies with the girl mannequins. It's adorable." "Nina, with her usual charm, grinned. The one by the door is gorgeous. How do you make them so lifelike? No idea. The sales assistant shrugged. They've been here for a while. I only started last year. Hey, Min. Nina was in Nina land. Though I wasn't surprised. Do you think if we grab him and run, we'll get caught? I didn't reply, dashing to the bathroom. I don't know how long I spent in there. I could hear voices from outside, staff shouting their goodbyes between colleagues. The noodles from the Japanese place didn't exactly agree with my stomach. I scrolled through my Instagram, searching for anything to distract me. Nina had already made a post with an unflattering snap of the two of us in front of a mirror. I liked and commented. I thought it was food poisoning, but I didn't throw up. I had the stomach pains and nausea, but I didn't actually barf. When the pop music stopped playing over the speaker, and the lights flickered off outside, I panicked. The words, "Wait," were stuck in the back of my throat, but I swallowed them down. The bathroom, thankfully, was well lit. I did a quick once-over in the mirror. My cheeks were pale, and I looked horrific. But at least Nina was gone. When I hesitantly slipped through the gap in the door, I stepped out straight into the pitch-dark hallway leading back into the store. The lights were still on, though there was no sign of anyone. The checkout counters were empty. The shutters were yet to be pulled down, so I hurried for the exit. Instead of leaving the store, though, I found myself gravitating towards the hot mannequin once again, playing with my phone in my hands. Nina wanted a photo, and sure, I could tell her I didn't have time, but part of me wanted to snap a picture of it too. Something about it, the way it was perched on its stand, human-like features carved into glistening white plastic, gave me the creeps. Still though, I took a few steps back and held up again, this time with flash on. I removed the Ray-Bans so I could get as much detail as possible. But once I was seeing eyes that were far too intricate, I snapped more photos to get it over with. The mannequin's eyes were freaking me out. If I suspended my disbelief for a moment, I found myself wondering how long the design had taken. Someone must have spent hours carving the iris and each individual lash. I wasn't really paying attention to the mannequin. My attention on the photo. I was staring at it, and the twisting feeling in my gut worsened. But it wasn't because of food poisoning. I could have sworn the mannequin had blinked. Peering at the photo, it didn't look like a full blink. More like its eyes were flickering, moving. Ow! The voice, the male voice, which sliced into the silence, a voice that shouldn't have been there, sent me stumbling backwards, my phone flying out of my hands and hitting the floor with an audible crack. In front of me, the mannequin's eyes had blinked open and were half-lidded, staring at me in confusion. No, I wasn't crazy. I was seeing emotion, actual emotion in its face. When it brought up its hands to stare down at them, and then claw at its face, I realized it had fingernails. It moved like a human being, not like a plastic doll. The mannequin's gaze was stuck to its own hands, and then its eyes, its human eyes the color of warm chestnut, were settling on me. The longer I looked at it, or I guess, him, I understood what Nina said was right. The mannequin did look human. It looked too human to be plastic, to be a doll, and yet, when I drunk him in fully, trapped in my own state of paralysis, he was starting to look less plastic, like it was dripping away, revealing light, tanned skin. Fuck. The mannequin blinked, his voice a soft croak. When he blinked again, this time rapidly, I glimpsed veins of dark red bleeding to life. My heart catapulted. There was no way. I thought dizzily. There was no fucking way that much detail had been put in. There was no way I wasn't looking at a person. How long has it been? His words were hitting the sound barrier, but I wasn't registering them. All I could think was that I had to get out. Whatever was happening, I wanted no part in it. I was hallucinating, I thought hysterically, taking slow steps back. 1 step, 2, but I couldn't turn around. Not yet. I couldn't stop staring at the mannequin, which was looking less and less like a mannequin by the second. I wasn't looking at a plastic doll. I was looking at a boy. No, a man. Maybe 19 or 20. His expression, I could only see pain. I could only see fear. And it didn't make sense on a mannequin's face. Because I was supposed to be looking at one, right? I'd been around him all afternoon, following Nina around. I'd passed him multiple times, and not once did I wonder if there was a living, breathing human under there. What I was seeing defied logic and science and reality. It shouldn't have been real. It shouldn't have been staring at me right in the face. So I did what any other person would do. I ducked down, grabbed my phone, and ran. At least, I tried to run. I had only taken 3 shaky steps before a sharp yelp filled the air. When I twisted around, the mannequin had crumpled to the floor. When he lifted his head to look at me, I caught tears glistening on perfect cheeks. He was crying. "Please," he croaked, struggling to get up, but his body was failing him. Every time he tried, he dropped back down with a startled cry. I found my gaze gravitating towards his cheeks, and I swore something was chipping from his cheek, falling away. Tiny white flakes dancing in the air. Everything inside me, every instinct I had was telling me to leave him, to run for it, but the boy was hysterical. He reminded me of a child who couldn't walk yet. When he failed to get up once again, he held out a trembling arm. "Please, you have to help me. I don't know where I am. I keep waking up and I don't know where I am. I see faces staring at me and I can't move. I can't fucking breathe." When he broke down, I found myself wrapping my hand around his arm hesitantly. I nearly let go, shivers spiking up and down my spine. I didn't touch plastic. I touched skin. I touched skin that had been hardened to look like plastic. I couldn't help myself. The words slipping out. "You're a mannequin," I hissed out sharply. I couldn't stop myself from running my fingers up and down his arms, touching real skin. When I risked tracing his lips and nose and eyes, they were real. His hair, which had been slicked back, seemed to come to life. Dark curls bouncing back into place. Didn't make sense to me. Nothing made sense to me. He was a mannequin, and he wasn't. He was an inanimate doll, and he wasn't. The boy hissed out, waving me away. "Can you stop?" His eyes were wide, lips curled almost like an animal. "Do I look like a fucking mannequin to you?" "But the camera flash," he muttered more to himself than me. "The camera flash brings us back." Before I could speak, he sent me a panicked look, his eyes growing frenzied. "Dad? Is Dad here?" "Dad?" I repeated in a whimper. He nodded. "I don't remember much, except Dad. All I remember is drowning. I remember screaming into freezing cold water. I couldn't breathe. I couldn't shout or cry. I was going to die. Then I felt arms around me. It was Dad. He pulled me out and helped me breathe again. He gave me my breath back." There was a light smile on the boy's lips, as if he was reminiscing before his expression darkened. "Then he wouldn't let us go. He wouldn't let me see my mom. And when I tried to get out, he did something to me. He took away my thoughts and my breath, and I was lost. I was lost for so long, and then this boy." He trailed off, his voice breaking. "This kind boy. One day he brought me back. I don't know how, but I could breathe again. He told me he was going to get us out. All of us. He told me he was going to take us home and I was going to see my mom again. And then Dad took him away and I fell asleep again. Fell asleep until now. My mouth was filled with questions, but I choked them back when he forced himself up, holding out his arms to steady himself. When I offered help, he shook his head. I watched him stumble over to another of the mannequins, a pretty female one brandishing a light pink summer dress and Ray-Bans. I didn't want to properly look at her, because I knew when I did, I'd get the same feeling. I wasn't looking at a mannequin. I was looking at a person. I didn't want to think that the mannequin was just like the boy, trapped behind a spell I still couldn't understand. Skin and blood and bodily organs armored under plastic. I thought about the way Nina had laughed and the mannequin hours earlier, shouting that the mannequin's body sent unrealistic expectations for women, except it was a real body. Jessa, the boy whined. He stood on his tiptoes, wrapping his arms around her and trying to heave her off her stand. He twisted around to face me. Don't just stand there. I need to get her down. A camera flash brings us back, so do the same to her. He was yelling, and I didn't have the heart to tell him my phone was dead. I'd maxed it out completely with the photos of him for Nina. I couldn't move, watching the boy try to heave the female mannequin off of the stand. I wondered if I was losing my fucking mind. When he couldn't lift her, he dragged his feet over to a second male mannequin, one with a leather jacket and designer shirt underneath. Noah, he said in a breath. Fuck. I'll get you and Jessa out if you're okay. Just hold on a bit longer. We're getting the fuck out of here. Without turning to me, his hand still grasping Noah's arm, the boy choked out a sob. What you did to me, he said shakily. Can't you do it again? My phone's dead, I said softly. But don't worry. I'm going to help you. The boy broke down, his knees hitting the floor. I felt the emotion writhing through him. I need to get out, he was whispering, tearing at his hair. I need to get out. I need to get out. Please help me get out. I just want to go home. I want my mom. I don't want to be here anymore. Somehow, I coerced words in my mouth. You're not going to be, I said. I'm getting you out. He looked skeptical, his gaze going to his lap. All of us? You promise? I nodded. What's your name? The boy lifted his head to look at me and I caught desperation in his eyes. My name is... Ben. A male grunt sounded, and the boy stiffened. Young man, where are you? You know your father doesn't like it when you leave your stand. Shit. Ben grabbed me, struggling to pull me to my feet. His face was inches from mine, hot breath feathering my cheeks. If I'd had any doubts he wasn't human, that moment crushed them. Police, he said, grasping my hands and squeezing hard. Go to the cops and bring them here. I don't think I can run, and I'll only slow you down. Listen to me. You have to get them to listen. Even if you sound crazy, get them to come here. I wanted to argue with him. I wanted to tell him that there was no fucking way the cops would believe me. And I didn't want to leave him. I didn't want to leave him to a fate worse than death if I failed. Ben Maddox, Ben whispered, his fingers entangled with mine, hot and sticky with sweat, and I reveled in the feeling of real human flesh. He was real. Ben was real, and I was going to get him out. I was going to end his nightmare. My name is Ben Maddox. He gestured to the exit. The shutters were halfway down. Go. Footsteps. I had to slap a hand over my mouth. Oh, Ben. The man's voice was soft. "You know I don't like it when you disobey me." Before I could speak, he jumped up on shaky legs and raised his arms. "All right, Dad, you got me," he said loudly. And I took that as my cue to make a run for it. I didn't think. I just ran. I ran until I was at the mall's exit, stepping out into fresh, cool air. It was night, the sky pitch black. The police station wasn't far, and I found myself sitting in a box-like room in front of a cop who looks around my dad's age with grayish hair and stains down his shirt. I had been hysterical and out of breath when I'd ran into the station. They provided me with a glass of milk that I kept sipping until my stomach complained. I could barely believe anything that had happened. There were still holes I couldn't understand, like how Ben and Jessa hadn't aged, and how their skin could look and feel so much like plastic. With doubts still haunting the back of my mind, I still told the officers everything, ignoring their raised eyebrows and twitching lips. "Let me get this straight." He eyed me like I was crazy. I felt crazy. The cop had a notepad, but when I glanced at it, he'd only written Forever 21 and mannequins. "You're telling me the mannequins in Forever 21 are actual people?" I nodded, gulping down the rest of my milk. I know I sound crazy. Ben told me that. But if you just go there and see yourself... "Ben?" The cop raised an eyebrow. The door slid open, and a female officer strode in. I nodded. "Ben Maddox," I said sharply. And Jessa, I think her name was." "Ben Maddox?" The officers exchanged glances before the man fixed me with a steely glare. He sat back, picking up his notebook and flicking through it. "Young lady, have you heard of the Moorhead incident?" Something cold slithered down my spine. I shook my head, even when I had, at least vaguely. Mom had talked about it a few times, and maybe Nina, but I was never interested enough to ask them to expand. The woman came to sit opposite me. "Miss Atlas, can you confirm you're talking about Ben Maddox and Jessa Sharp?" Her eyes darkened. "Because Ben Maddox and Jessa Sharp have been dead for 6 years." "What?" I couldn't resist a startled laugh, but the officers weren't smiling. Before I could continue, the woman was pulling out her own phone with a sigh. On the 7th of October 2015, 5 students from Moorhead University tragically lost their lives when their bus drove off of a bridge. They looked for bodies, but apparently they were either swept out to sea or crushed on the rocks down below. She placed her phone in front of me. There was a photo of a news clipping showing a headline, but I didn't look at the headline. My gaze landed on a small, grainy picture of a group of college students, with Ben in the front, smiling brightly, his arms around a girl who looked like she was mid-laugh, and a guy pulling a face. Their parents wanted no traces of the incident on the internet for privacy. The woman murmured, "However, I kept this." She let out a sigh. 19 years old, with their whole lives ahead of them. One of them kids was my friend's little girl. Poppy, they called her. She was studying creative writing. Poor girl wanted to be an author. It felt like my reality was crumbling before my very eyes. That was what Ben had meant by drowning and being saved. They weren't dead. Whoever Ben's father was had taken them. "No." I shook my head, my heart in my throat. I jumped up, slamming my hands down. "No, I'm telling you. If you just go there, you'll understand." I spoke to Ben. He told me he nearly died. He told me he almost drowned. And someone saved him. "Someone?" The officer repeated. "Yes, the store owner. The boss. If you're playing a prank, it's one hell of a sick one," the woman said. "Let those kids' souls rest in peace." and it became evident they weren't listening to me. I begged them. I begged them because all I could think about was Ben and Jessa and the others being trapped there. When the male officer finally caved, the two of them drove me to the Greenslade Mall. When I was back in front of Forever 21, the police by my side, I was confident. An oldish-looking man wearing a crinkled suit was standing outside, letting the shutters down. When he caught sight of us, his eyes narrowed, before he pasted on a smile. "Evening, officers." He gestured to the shutters. "I'm about to close up." He choked out a laugh. "It's been one hell of a day. What can I do for you?" "I'm gonna have to look inside," the male officer said. Like it pained him to say it. "Young lady says your mannequins are actual people." Cleared his throat. "Specifically, those of the Moorhead victims." The man's expression crumpled. Oh, wow. I'm not sure I understand." "It'll only take a second." The male officer rolled his eyes. When the man pushed up the shutters, I rushed inside. The first thing I noticed was Ben was gone. Jessa was still there, though a sweater had been thrown over her. Still, I ran over to her, shook the mannequin, uncaring how insane I looked. "Jessa?" I whispered before twisting around to face the officers. "Do any of you have a phone? If you take a photo, they'll come back." "Uh-huh." The female officer shook her head. She joined me and knocked on Jessa's head. "You're telling me this mannequin right here is 19-year-old Jessa Sharp?" "Yes." I was shaking. My blood was boiling. They didn't believe me. They didn't fucking believe me. Ben was here. He was right here, and that guy. I pointed to the man. He did something to him. The man raised his arms with a scoff. "Young lady, I have no idea what you're talking about. If you're talking about one of the male mannequins, I put him in the back for polishing. I don't have any kids, I promise." He was laughing. The bastard was laughing at me, and I looked out of my mind. "Then bring him out," I said stiffly. "If you use flash in front of their eyes, they'll snap out of it." "That's enough." The female officer grabbed my arm. "Ma'am, I don't know what game you're playing, but I should arrest you for wasting an officer's time." Her grip was tight on my arm when she dragged me from the store. "You're a disturbed little girl who needs psychological help." She spat. "Jesus Christ. The things you kids come up with these days to get attention." I was taken back to the station. And my mom was called. She didn't speak to me, keeping her head down. When we were leaving, and Mom was muttering about parking spaces and how much they cost, we passed the same room I'd been in. I glimpsed the store owner and the male officer. The two of them were sitting together. 50,000. The officer murmured. "I ain't going any lower." The store owner cackled. "Brave, Tom. But you have yourself a deal." He rose to his feet with a sigh. "I'll make sure to keep them in check." "Mina?" Mom was pulling on my hand and dragging me from the station before I could try and tell her. It's not like she'd believe me anyway. I tried to tell her. I've told her multiple times. It's like talking to a fucking brick wall. I went back to Forever 21 yesterday. Ben is in the window now. I feel like the store owner is laughing at me, parading Ben in the window to show that he's triumphant. Well, fuck him. I'm getting Ben out of there. Do me a favor. If you're in Greensley, next to Forever 21, please look out for mannequins in the window. He's the one who looks almost lifelike. And if you look closer, it looks like he's crying. I'm terrified of pools, and for good reason. Nothing happened to me in particular, but people around me is a different story. I'll just start at the first death and work forward from there. There was a community pool not 3 streets down from my parents' old house. I remember it as a sort of suburban oasis where, on most summer days, you'd find the entirety of the neighborhood splashing or sunning or swimming. You could buy corn dogs for $1 a piece and a fistful of red vines for $1 more. And there was a high dive with a perpetual queue of nervous kids and showboating teens. The high dive is what made the pool special. Exciting, really. A place for kids to experience that momentary exhilaration that they couldn't find among the lap-swimming adults of the Holiday Inn or the YMCA. I had decided in the summer I turned 9 that I would finally join the excitement. "You gonna jump this time, Rusty?" My friend, Carrie, asked over her shoulder as we waited behind a group of cannonballers and jackknifers. I had worked up the courage the summer before to climb the 12-foot ladder, but chickened out as I stood looking over the edge. The climb back down the ladder had been difficult. The walk back to my mom's towel-laden chairs had been worse. Not this year. I was ready. "Yeah, Carrie. Just watch from the side and try not to drown in my tidal wave." She giggled as the last of the teens made their ascent. I remember she had smirked down at me halfway through her climb. "Remember, Rusty, be brave and keep walking until you're in the water. Close your eyes if you have to. It's really fun after you get the jitters out." I craned my neck around the ladder tower to watch her, high up, silhouetted by lazy sunlight, gently bobbing on the end of the board. She curled her toes over the edge of the board, then with one bounce, arched into a graceful dive. I heard a kid scream and a lifeguard's whistle trill before my mind registered what I had seen. She hit the surface of the water and her body just stopped, crumpling as though she dove into dry concrete. Her face split as her head followed her outstretched arms and her body curled over. My friend, Carrie, a bloody tangle of limbs, just lay on the surface for a moment before sinking beneath. The pool was closed for years after that, drained and covered. Concession stand shuttered and locked. Chain link fence overgrown with honeysuckle and rust. They had looked into Carrie's death and talked to me and the other kids, but no one could explain what had happened. She must have belly flopped. My mom told me as I cried, my young brain attempting to process the trauma. I told her again and again what I had seen, but she thought the same thing. "Honey, that's impossible. I think your mind is playing tricks on you." The thing was, all of the kids and the 20-something lifeguards had the same story at first. She just stopped. The rationalizations of all the adults were just changed, the uniformity of uncertainty. She must have hit her head on the diving board. She must have dove too deep, too quickly, and struck the bottom. You were all in shock when you saw the blood. Your minds were playing tricks on you. When my dad, Rusty Sr., was dying of cancer years later, he told me lots of stories about his childhood. He talked about riding bikes and stealing Playboys from one father or another. He talked about life in the town nearby, the shops, the people, the baseball games, and the streets. And he talked about the time he had pushed Laura Singer off of the high dive at the community pool. Our community pool. I was 7, maybe 8. She was a little older, and man, I had a crush on her. She had pretty brown hair like your mom's and those beautiful green eyes. I don't know why I pushed her. Probably that same reason that little boys pull pigtails. It was stupid in hindsight, but it didn't seem like anything at the time. Still, she landed wrong. The lifeguards were kids too, more or less, and by the time she floated to the surface, it was too late. Wait, so you killed her, Dad? What happened? He stared in silence for a while before he answered. I was young and they didn't blame me. Not really. Your grandpa laid into me for it, but that wasn't unusual. He had to talk to the girl's family, smooth things over. Ultimately, everybody decided it was an accident. I hadn't tried to kill her, you see. But Laura managed to punish me in her own way. Guilt has a way of making someone think that bad things happening have a reason behind them. My dad passed away a week later. I didn't feel guilty about Carrie, but I felt sad, conflicted. Despite the explanations and, in my teenage years, the therapy, I always remembered what I saw. When I was 17, I decided to talk to my mom about everything, thinking perhaps the passage of time would lend credibility to my recollection. Hey Mom, you were always the one to take me to the pool when I was younger. Why didn't Dad ever come? My mother looked off pensively. He told me about Laura Singer, Mom. She looked up at me, a mixture of surprise and concern across her face. It wasn't just her, Rusty. I mean, that was a horrible thing your father went through for being so young, and horrible for her family, I'm sure, but they didn't come close down the pool like they did with Carrie. Your father went back the following summer. His cousins were visiting from Illinois. You mean Uncle Mark and Uncle Jameson? And his cousin Sarah. I had never heard of a cousin Sarah. My dad never mentioned her. My mom sighed and continued. The way your dad told it, the diving board was being repaired early on that summer, so he and his cousins had taken to throwing pennies into the diving well and trying to collect as many as they could on a single breath. Your dad had gone, and then Mark and then Sarah took her turn. They watched her get 3 coins off of the bottom, but as she came up, she couldn't seem to breach the surface. Your dad and Jameson jumped in while Mark pulled her arm from the edge of the pool, but she was just stuck. Your dad said he watched Sarah drown while trying to help her out of the pool. Now, I never quite believed his telling of things, but after your story about Carrie, a small part of me wasn't quite sure anymore. I digested the story for a bit as the two of us sat wordlessly together. I know what I saw that day, Mom. Carrie didn't hit her head on that diving board. She nodded in a gesture of quiet understanding but didn't speak again about it. I tried not to think about it. My dad had killed a girl when he was a kid. He had watched his cousin drown. I had watched my friend dive into a messy death. It was a lot, but it was the past. The pool was drained and rumor had it that the county planned to turn it into a community garden. A year later, I was home from my first year of college. My girlfriend had tagged along for a week before her family was supposed to pick her up and drive up to Canada for vacation. I had argued against going to the pool, but she had a morbid curiosity about the whole thing, and I figured we might fool around when she got bored with the tragedy of it all. So you've never actually ever been in the diving well then? I thought about it. No, I guess not. Carrie's death kind of got in the way. She dragged on a joint and passed it to me. I tapped the ash past my dangling legs into the dark void below. Why do you think it happened, Rusty? Could she have been, I don't know, diving too fast? I've heard that jumping off of a bridge into water can sometimes be like hitting concrete. Something about surface tension. Not a very high bridge, though, you know? I coughed out, looking up at the mildewing tower with its sun-damaged board leaning against it. It was a ghostly thing at night. Its once sky-blue paint, now pocked and bleached. The pool cover had been similarly neglected. The fabric had ripped at the corner of the diving well, leaving behind a yawning darkness into which we hung our legs. Well, I think it's high time you took a dip. She smiled slyly and grabbed the joint from my fingers. Even if I had an interest, the water's all... She slipped over the edge and into the darkness. Carmen? Carmen, I can still see the cherry from the joint. She drew a long breath, illuminating her grinning face in an orange glow, and then ducked out of sight beneath the pool cover. Oh, gross. Maybe this was a bad idea. There's so much sludge down. Ah, fuck. I heard a splash below. You okay? Yeah, I just stepped in a puddle or something. Hang on. The darkness retreated instantly as I heard the gritty shrieks of a lighter wheel. I patted my pocket. Carmen always had a knack for pilfering lighters. I saw the mounds of leafy detritus she must have stepped in, but Carmen was still out of view. I looked around for a saner way down than dropping the 12 feet to the bottom and sliding along the filthy, sloping edge of the well, but I didn't see one. Carmen? Rusty, it was a drain, but you've got to see this. The water kind of looks like... Carmen yelped, and I heard another splash as the diving well went into blackness once more. Carmen? No answer but the sound of erratic movements and wet slaps. Carmen? And gurgling. I slid down the side into the darkness after her. I could hear better from the bottom but couldn't see a thing. I followed the faint gurgles, patting my hands along the slimy concrete enamel, when my hand touched flesh. I grabbed onto Carmen and pulled, but her head was stuck. I couldn't see. I needed to see, but the sheltered darkness offered no reprieve. Her slapping became less emphatic, the gurgling more labored. I pulled and finally her head came free. She wasn't breathing. She had no pulse. I sat in the darkness and held her limp body in my arms. Then I remembered I wasn't alone. I frantically searched the bottom of the diving well, hoping that my eyes both would and wouldn't adjust to the dark. When I found the lighter, my hand shook so much that I had to strike it a half dozen times before it lit, each hiccup of sparks illuminating her lifeless body. I saw the open drain in the flickering light, reflecting dancing ribbons, its black watery surface. Did she drown in that? It seemed improbable, and yet it was the best explanation I could conjure. I searched for whatever had done it, whatever had held her down as I tried to pull her free. Nothing. Just the catacombic stillness of the empty pool where now 2 of my friends had died. I let the flames go as the heat began to burn my finger. Why was this happening? How? I listened but heard only silence. Finally, I knew I had to try and leave. Carmen had looked into the water. I would stay away. I wiped tears from my eyes and tried the lighter again. Shick, shick, shick. I dropped the lighter as soon as it lit. The flame illuminated a face right next to mine. Pale, greasy, bloated skin with dark wet hair and muddy green eyes. I felt the grip of an icy hand around my wrist, biting into what little fortitude I still had left. I screamed into the echoing vault before me, but realized just as quickly as the shock had come that I was alone again. Me and Carmen and the empty darkness of the well. After college, I moved away to the Pacific Northwest. I had told my mom about Carmen's death, and she gave me the same understanding nod as she had when I had talked to her about Carrie. Carmen's parents were devastated, but in time, they accepted that her death had been a freak accident. For years, I stayed away from pools. I lied and told my friends that I couldn't swim, that I didn't care to learn. I didn't speak of Carrie or Carmen or the stories my dad told me before his death. The stories seemed so unbelievable, like my mind had been playing tricks on me. They filled the community pool with gravel and topsoil, and I tried to bury my memories along with its diving well. When I got married, my wife and I went to the Caribbean for our honeymoon. She found it charming that a man who hadn't known how to swim as an adult would later learn and insist on swimming only in natural bodies of water. I impressed my aversion onto my son, Peter, as he grew older. Pools were petri dishes, unnecessary uses of water, extravagances for the wealthy, anything to keep him safe. He married a lovely girl named Rachel 5 years ago, and 2 years later their daughter, Ivy, was born. I visited with Peter and Rachel for a week to help with my granddaughter. One night, Peter and I drank a bit too much and I told him the story of Carrie and Carmen. He side-eyed me as I expounded on the details. I could see he was incredulous, so I didn't insist on the truth of my account, and he didn't challenge it afterward. I was relieved to tell him, honestly. He had grown into a man without suffering the losses I had. My losses seemed inconsequential when stacked against the bounty that his happy life afforded. His wife knew my favorite bourbon and called me Pops, just like my son. His little girl giggled endlessly as I bounced her on my knee playing peekaboo. And then a year ago, I got a call from my son at night. I could hear the tears in his voice. Pops, it's Rachel. She was taking a bath and I found her. She's... Oh my God, Peter. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. God, I had no idea. Ivy didn't see, did she? No, Ivy didn't see her, but she's confused and I don't know what to tell her. Jesus, Pete. Rachel always seems so happy. Why don't you two stay here, Peter? As long as you need. And don't worry about cleaning up. I'll come by and take care of that. Cleaning up? I assumed there'd be blood. You shouldn't be the one to... Pops, Rachel didn't slit her wrists. She... drowned. The memories came back in a flash. Carrie, Carmen, my wife and I always took showers. It wasn't by design. We just weren't bath people. The coroner's report came back negative for drugs. Her BAC was 0.01. The results of a single glass of Merlot sitting next to the bath. The police questioned my son, but just as with Carmen, there were no signs of force. I thought of the icy grip and the green eyes for months. I thought of Rachel, of Carmen, Carrie, and Sarah. And I thought of Laura Singer, the girl my dad had pushed off the diving board all those years ago. He had said, Laura managed to punish me in her own way. Guilt has a way of making someone think that bad happenings have a reason behind them. My father's family seemed plagued with bad happenings, all confined to the still waters of constructed leisure. Those waters had somehow clung to me. I didn't talk to my son about Laura and the others. The whole ghastly trajectory seemed deranged. But I should have. This morning I drove back from a 3-day camping trip in the backwoods. My phone got service half an hour into my drive. 6 missed calls from Peter and a dozen text messages, all from the past hour. I stopped to check the messages at a gas station. The first was a photo of Ivy smiling broadly into the camera. The second said, "First day of swim lessons." There was a high dive in the background of the photo. Sky blue, just like the one at our old community pool. I haven't read the other messages. I can't. But I know exactly what they say. Some say love isn't looking at each other. It's looking in the same direction. But what if the person you love sees something that you can't? An impossible, frightening thing. What happens to love then? I've tried telling my family, friends, and therapists what happened. It still doesn't make sense to me. So I just want to write it all out so that maybe I can see it clearly. Me and Logan met at university in London. I studied history. He studied literature. He was beautiful and smart. Smart, but also a moron. He would ruffle his curly dark hair and say things like, "If we're being Doradine, Celia. There's no such thing as an author. Then I'd try to push him into oncoming traffic. Logan and Celia, my first serious boyfriend. Our families were happy. His were originally Scottish and mine were originally Irish. So they joked that our children would be able to sing and bullshit beautifully. I was scared of how much I loved him and how much I depended on him loving me. After we graduated, we stayed in London. I became a history teacher, and he started a PhD, with me on a teacher's salary and Logan on a stipend. We couldn't afford to rent anywhere fancy, but we had no idea how brutal the London rental market was. One estate agent offered us what you could generously describe as a cupboard. I had the idea that we could find somewhere rough and cheap and fix it up. Logan was weary about the commitment, said he wanted to focus on his PhD. But then an estate agent told us about this place in Dulwich. Dulwich is a beautiful, leafy neighborhood with a large wood and an old-fashioned high street lined with bakeries, cheesemongers, and bookshops. We liked books. We liked food. The estate agent there said they'd had a Victorian house on their system for months. A whole house, not just a flat. And the rent was half as much as the cupboard. It just needed some work. So, one balmy August evening, we walked hand in hand down a road of yellow brick Victorian homes. The estate agent waited in front of a gorgeous but neglected house. Huge bay windows, original tiling on the front path, a tiny Victorian letterbox. Inside was even better than I'd hoped. Sure, it was full of dust and rubbish and the wallpaper was peeling off. But it had 3 bedrooms, a living room, a large kitchen, a huge bathroom, a garden, and a cellar. My eyes narrowed. You know that phrase, there's no such thing as a free lunch? Well, in London, if you work in a state school and your boyfriend is a student, there's no such thing as a nice flat. I said to the estate agent, I'm falling in love with this place. Please tell us the catch. He laughed. The landlord doesn't want to spend any money. When you get in touch, I said to him, I rented to this young couple for a year or two. Let them improve it for you. Then you can sell it to some higher value clients. He laughed again. So the catch was just, well, capitalism. At least we'd have somewhere nice to live until the landlord wanted to upgrade his tenants. And I'm pretty good at DIY. I could tell 80% of what needed doing was just cosmetic. The original flooring was still there, underneath the gray carpets. The walls needed to be stripped and painted. Someone had hoarded up all the original fireplaces. Really intensely, like they were at war with Santa Claus, which I'd restore on day 1. Then there was the cellar. It was unusable. It had large, earthy cloves, about waist height, which stretched off into the dark. It was dank and dark and full of rubbish, and it smelt bad. I thought, okay, so we just shut off the cellar, but we still have lots of room. We said yes. We walked away hand in hand through our new neighborhood, under a peach puree sunset. It was the last time we were uncomplicitedly happy. Those first days smelt like dust. It was like we were disturbing dirt that had been there for 150 years. To begin with, we were helped by friends and family, but soon they went back to their lives and me and Logan were left with the piles of ripped up carpet and wood. One late September day, which turned to be the last day of summer, we lay a picnic blanket on the freshly mowed lawn and had a supper from the local bakery. Crusty baguette, blue cheese, pâté, and a bottle of wine. We felt good about the house for a while, but then Logan took the plates inside to wash up and he tripped over a pile of paint cans I'd left out. As we cleaned up all the paint, he got annoyed. He said he was going to put all the decorating crap in the cellar, out of the way. I went back outside, lay on the blanket, and watched an old, tall oak gently knocking against the house. I tortured myself. He hates all this work, and it's all my fault for dragging him into it. I heard him turn the key to the cellar. I heard him going down and up the stairs with the paint cans. The space between going down and coming up became wider. Then he went down. There was nothing. 20 minutes passed. I got worried. I went to the top of the basement steps. I could only see a neat stack of paint cans. I couldn't see around the corner to the rest of the basement. I called down to him, and he came around the corner and up the stairs so quickly that I jumped. It was like he'd been caught doing something, and he acted kind of irritated with me. Or I thought he did. In bed that night, I wanted to have sex, but he didn't. That's fine, obviously, but usually he'll just yawn and tell me that he's tired. Instead, when I snuggled into his neck, he just snapped, "No." I froze, shocked. He tried to laugh it off. I slept badly. I knew he couldn't be angry at me because I'd left some paint cans out. I started to worry something was wrong with our relationship. Maybe we'd moved in together too soon. Just the usual relationship paranoia. I wished he'd tell me what he was thinking. Autumn arrived, and the school term started. I was really busy. So was Logan, who worked on his PhD at home. We caught up every evening during dinner in our slightly echoing living room. The home improvements had slowed down, but the living room was nice enough, with a scuffed wooden table, heaving bookshelves, and a flickering candle stuffed into an empty wine bottle. But with each dinner, he seemed more exhausted, and ate as if he'd spent a day running a marathon, rather than reading English literature. And during one dinner in October, something seemed to snap into him, and he went on a kind of rant. He said he'd been reading the book of Ezekiel from the Old Testament. I asked if it was for his PhD. He snapped and said there were more important things than his PhD. He seemed frustrated. I thought back to the night with the paint cans, and all my insecurities crept out again. He went on, talking as if he'd prepared his remarks carefully. He said there was a quote from Ezekiel he'd been thinking about a lot recently. He got up and walked over to the bookshelf and took out our copy of the King James Bible. Ezekiel, Logan's son, was a faithful priest famous for his visions. He inveighed against the faithless who had turned their backs on God. In Book 8, God shows him just how faithless Jerusalem had become. By showing Ezekiel a vision of the temple, the treacherous priests were worshipping idols, but not just any idols. The worst kind of idol. The Lord brought me to the door of the court, and when I looked, there was a hole in the wall. Then he said to me, "Son of man, dig into the wall." And when I dug into the wall, there was a door. And he said to me, "Go in and see the wicked abominations which they are doing there." So I went in and saw, and there, every sort of creeping thing, abominable beasts, and all the idols of the house of Israel, portrayed all around on the walls. And there stood before them 70 men of the elders of the house of Israel, and in their midst stood Jazaniah, the son of Shaphan. Each man had a censer in his hand, and a thick cloud of incense went up. After Logan read it aloud, he looked at me carefully, waiting for my reaction, like it was a test. I was anxious, but I tried to crack a joke. Bad idea. Priests. Don't piss off Yahweh. After a moment, he laughed. But before he laughed, he looked scared. Over the next couple of weeks, Logan got busier and more tired, but his PhD reading stayed on the bookshelf. Instead, he read books on a crazy cluster of topics. The Sumerian goddess Utu, the Native American deity Hopi, the Egyptian goddess Neith, and West African folklore. And there were books on the Amazon rainforest. local Dulwich history, and Victorian zoology. I hoped he'd had a breakthrough in his PhD, and that this was why he was reading such strange material, and why he was so tired and distracted. I chose to see things that way, and I chose not to think about why more than once. I came home from school to hear him running up the cellar steps and locking the door behind him. Logan started to put on weight. I'd see empty tubs of ice cream in the recycling, whole tubs that he must have eaten while I was out. He ate large helpings at dinner, a couple of times. I gently asked if there was anything bothering him, because I knew he overate when he was depressed. He assured me he was okay. "I'm fattening up," he said with a smile. It was a strange thing to say, but he didn't seem depressed. The date he first really scared me was November 15th, my birthday. Logan must have seen a stone heavier than when we'd moved in. He was tired all the time, but wired with a manic energy. I dropped hints that I wanted to go to my favorite Italian restaurant for my birthday dinner, but he said he wanted to cook for me at home. I was a little disappointed. We barely left the house together anymore. He served up huge portions of an Italian feast. He was usually a great cook, but everything was too sweet or buttery. It was like he was trying to get as many calories into each spoonful as possible. He brought out a huge birthday cake with candles and ate almost a quarter of it himself. I ate a mouthful and drank coffee and listened to him rant about a new topic that was obsessing him. He told me he had researched the first occupant of the house. He'd been an eminent zoologist, who in 1880 had traveled to all the jungles in northern Brazil. "And do you know what lives in that part of the world?" he asked, excited. I shrugged. This wasn't how I wanted to spend my birthday. "Goliath spiders," he said, and then he laughed, as though this was a punchline. He carried on. The zoologist discovered something amazing in that jungle. He came back with it in a big wooden crate, but he never told anyone what it was. Came back with what? Goliath spider? Much more than that. Well, I've never heard of this guy. Just because you haven't heard of it doesn't mean it's not important, he snapped. I snapped back. We had an argument. He apologized. That night, I lay in bed hoping that the argument was just what we needed. The tension of fixing up the house had boiled over, but maybe now things could be normal again. Maybe we would have make-up sex. I was very sexually frustrated. I never cheated on Logan, but I admit I had started to notice other men, on the tube or in a bar with my friends, and I fantasized about being with them. I wanted Logan to come to bed and for us to make things more normal again. I lay there for an hour. Then I went to find him and heard him down in the cellar. The door was ajar. He was whispering, "Let me serve you. Let me serve you. Let me serve you. Let me feed you." I was so frightened that I didn't know what to do. I was scared to interrupt him. I went back to bed and I lay down and waited in the dark, my back to the bedroom door, staring at the wall. I thought I heard the front door and Logan slipping out, but I can't have, because a moment later I heard the bedroom door creak open. I pretended to be asleep. He barely made a sound. I felt the weight of him slumping down on the other side of the bed, and I suddenly felt a wave of fear and disgust. It felt like there was a huge, hairy, creepy thing behind me, poised over me. I wanted to scream and run out of the room, but I felt pinned down. I just lay there, eyes screwed shut, heart racing. After a very long time, I must have passed out. The next morning, his side of the bed was empty, and he was in the living room, reading his strange books again. He looked like he hadn't slept. Reading over all this now, there are 2 words screaming off the page. Mental illness. Logan was unwell. Maybe avoiding thinking about that was starting to unhinge me too. He needed professional help, but it was too much to acknowledge at the time. So instead I decided the problem must be with us, as a couple. I chose to think Logan was up to something as prosaic and sad as having an affair. I had a vision of a burner phone, hidden in the cellar, filled with messages to some other woman. And when Logan started locking the cellar door and hiding the key, it seemed to confirm my paranoia. One night, Logan had a stag do for his best friend. He didn't want to go, but I encouraged him. He was anxious about what I'd do in the house on my own. I lied and said I would go to the cinema with a friend. The moment he left, I went to the hallway. I had spied him hiding the key to the cellar under a certain book, one of the ones with a cover of something crawling and horrible. I unlocked the cellar door and went downstairs. I hadn't been down there since we'd moved in. The paint buckets were still stacked at the bottom of the stairs. I rounded the corner and was met with that foul smell again. But it was much worse now, like rotting meat. I gagged and had to cover my nose. It was the kind of smell that you seemed to taste, even when you covered your nose. The light didn't work, but Logan had left an empty wine bottle with a candle in it. I thought, what the hell is he doing down here that he needs a candle for? I lit the candle. The floor was covered in scrunched up pieces of newspaper and rubbish. I worried that if something was rotting down here, there might be rats or some other kind of infestation. I raised the makeshift candlestick tentatively to see around the room and looked up at the wooden beams. I nearly dropped the candle. I let out a short cry which made me smell the air again, so I gagged and nearly threw up. I looked back up at the beams. They were covered in scratch marks, not from fingernails. The markings were deliberate. I think he'd done them with a screwdriver and a hammer, knocking the shapes into the wood. The image depicted over and over again was of a creature, drawn like a hieroglyph, with 4 legs pointed up and 4 down and 8 eyes staring out. It was often drawn next to a man, as though for scale, to show it was the same size. He'd drawn it hundreds of times. I ran back upstairs. No, that's not right. It's strange. I struggled to remember this next part. I didn't run upstairs. Not straight away. Something caught my eye in the deep, dark, earthly alcove that stretched back as deep as the house. I held the candle up and looked into the dark. It was the weirdest experience. I felt an instinctive, primordial fear, like if you saw a tiger readying to pounce right at you. Fangs bared, eyes glinting. Your body just reacts to something like that. But I saw nothing. Heard nothing. In fact, it was like my eyes failed to focus. Were forced to move around anywhere but right in front of me. Anywhere but a patch of space just a few feet in front of me and about the size of a person. Yet my body was screaming at me to run. I listened to my body. Once upstairs, the memory of the nothingness in the dark faded quickly, but the image of Logan's hideous shrine did not. I rang my best friend Kathy. I failed to explain myself very well, but she understood enough through my blubbering to insist I go to her place immediately. An hour later, I sat with her, drinking wine. I told her everything, apart from my non-experience of looking into the dark of the alcove, which had slipped from my memory. She had to pull the truth out of me because I felt like, by voicing my worries, I was making them more real, giving them harder edges. And she made me confront the obvious truth that Logan was having a mental breakdown and needed help. She asked me if he had hurt me. I told her he hadn't, and I added that I wasn't frightened of Logan. I was frightened for him. It was only as I said that I realized that was exactly how I felt. It was easier to think at Kathy's place. It was like my house was drenched in a brain fog, but now I could see things clearly. Logan needed psychiatric help. Our relationship was going to be affected, perhaps very seriously, but the priority had to be to help him. Kathy made me stay at hers that night. I texted Logan and told him I was having a girls' sleepover at Kathy's. He texted to send his love to her and said he would miss me. Then I felt bad. Was I overreacting? The next morning I went to work, and when I got home, I asked Logan to come out to the garden with me, even though it was a cold December evening. I turned our outdoor lights on, poured us both a drink. I tried to behave normally because I didn't want Logan to think this was a breakup conversation. The plan was to be supportive, to tell him about the therapist I'd researched in my lunch break, that I was worried about him and that I loved him and that we'd get through this together. But before I could say anything, he sipped his wine with pleasure and turned to me. You know, I've been weird lately, and obviously you've noticed. I nodded. I wanted to say I'm sorry. I've just been really worried about the PhD. I thought I was going to fail. I got kind of hung up on some ideas that I thought might get the juices going again. I know this is crazy. I had this idea for an angle about ancient mythology. This will sound weird, but I tried practicing rituals from different religions, praying to ancient gods to please let me finish my PhD. You know? He laughed. But actually, having the place to myself last night, I finally just sat down and sorted myself out. I started reading my actual research again. I burst into tears and hugged him. I told him that I had been worried. I thought something was really wrong. I admonished him for not communicating with me. We laughed with relief. I could physically feel the worry leaving me every time I kissed him on the lips, which I did a lot. It felt like I'd been given a diagnosis of a terminal illness, only to be told there had been a mistake and I'd be okay. We'd be okay. He glanced up for a moment, into the shadows of the old oak tree that touched the house. I followed his gaze up to the dark triangle of branches and again felt that strange sense that my eyes couldn't focus on something. It was like one of those trick images where if your eyes focus just right, you see something. Except my eyes couldn't focus. But I didn't feel fear. I felt relief and happiness. And soon there was something else to focus on. We kissed more. I suddenly felt very, very eager for us to go into the bedroom, and I could tell he very much felt the same way. We spent the rest of that night in bed. For the next month, things were nearly back to normal again. Logan wasn't exhausted anymore. It was like he had performed some great task that had been hanging over him. Now he could relax. We had sex regularly. We cooked elaborate meals. I noticed that I was gaining weight too, but I felt okay about it. It felt natural. It was natural because I was pregnant. When I told Logan, I was overwhelmed with how happy he was. I thought about how we'd always planned to have kids, about how Logan would be such a great father, about how our families joked that the Irish and Scottish heritage our children would sing and bullshit beautifully. Maybe you're thinking, what a stupid woman. After all that, she got pregnant. Well, it wasn't as simple as that. If you'd lived through it all, you'd have seen all the small moments of normality, of love, of day-to-day living. Yes, there had been a scary few weeks with Logan, but that seemed over. Really, it did. And against all that was my love for him, and my terrifying dependence on that love. I saw that, and nothing else. We decided to keep the child. We'd figure out the finances. We'd ask our parents for help. We'd find a way. Logan was so happy. It was like Christmas Day for him every day. He took great pleasure in feeding me, serving my every craving. He joked that he was fattening me up. One day, about 4 weeks before the due date, I went in for my final day of work before maternity leave. Before I left, he came to the front door and looked at me with tears in his eyes. I thought they were tears of happiness. I really, truly love you and always will. We're doing something bigger than ourselves now. Have a great day at work. I hugged him and went to work. I felt warm inside all day long. They never found Logan. The last 4 weeks have been the worst of my life. I can't describe the despair of holding your stretched stomach in your hands, feeling those tiny kicks in an empty bed that still smells of the love of your life. The police officially called him a missing person because they never found his body. They searched the house. They searched everywhere. But his suicide note, however mad it was, told the whole story. I've debated whether to write it out. It's very painful to me. But that's what this has been about. Writing out the pain and looking it in the eye. His suicide note was addressed to me. He wrote about how the moment we moved in, he had felt tired and agitated, and drawn to the cellar, as if by a voice. Then he got to the night he took the paint cans downstairs. There he was, as I'd seen him in my dreams, when he called out to me. I saw something at first because he did not want me to see him. Then I saw the 8 glinting orbs of light. I was scared, but he calmed me. He told me that we would be friends, that he had been alone for a long while and that he wanted a new friend. Then I heard your voice, my love. I ran upstairs because I didn't know what you would think of him. I tried to research him, but I began to understand the limits of books, which I've relied on my whole life. Instead, I spoke to him. In the night, I went down and whispered to him because he slept during the day. He commanded me to feed him, and I did. I brought him meat, and he would appear and I would watch him tear it apart. I asked him how he disappeared. He said my human mind could not comprehend it, but that his 8 legs allowed him to scuttle between places, even in my mind. I asked him if there were others like him, and he said yes, that there were others. The humans wrote of us in their old books, and I remembered that passage from Ezekiel and tried, in my own way, to tell you. He commanded me to fatten up. I didn't dare ask what for, but I hoped I might prove myself useful to my master somehow. I told him I had read that the man who first owned the house had gone to the jungle in Brazil. I asked, was this where he found you? And my master hissed and his mandibles clicked. He said no human could find him unless he wanted to be found. He had drawn the man to him. My master said he was an arrogant man, and he thought I would be his pet, not the other way around. Ever since I have dwelt here, a new human comes every so often enough for me. My master said he knew there was another human in the house, a female. He told me that he had sensed you through the floorboards. One night he sent me out for food, and he said he crept from his shadows and up the stairs and crawled up onto the bed next to you and lay there, breathing in your fear. He told me your fear was sweet, but there was one thing that would make it sweeter, something that would allow me to serve him better than any of the humans who came before. I begged him to tell me. He told me that you had seen the shrine I had made to him, and that I should tell a lie about it. He told me I should make you happy. He told me that my ultimate task was to put a youngling in your belly. That night, do you remember? We sat in the cold with our wine, and I made you happy. I lied and said I was only distracted with work, and I saw my master up in the oak tree among the branches. He told me I had done well. Now put the youngling inside her. And we did just as he told me. He said he would wait for us. He said first he would call me, and then he would call you. He would call you and make you come to him, with the young one still inside you. Call us for what? I asked. To show you, he said. To show us what? I asked, hardly able to contain my excitement. He raised his front legs and his palps quivered. You will have to wait and see. Now he tells me it is time for me, my love. I love you so much. Remember that. And he will help us complete our love. I know I will see you very soon. I love you always. Logan. I don't know what stage of grief I'm in. So much has happened to me and the baby is coming soon. I feel overwhelmed. Writing this out has been helpful, but it's been painful too. Sitting here at the dining table where we used to chat at the end of every day. I just feel there's one thing I still need to do. One place I still need to go. Just to see. I threw a rock down the well. It clattered against the walls as it bounced from one side to another. I waited, straining both ears. No indication that it had reached the bottom. Hello? I whispered tentatively in a low, shaky voice as I peered down into the darkness, my eyes unable to penetrate its inky depth. My voice was reverberating against the sodden, ancient walls, lessened to a discordant choir of echoes that was harassing the stillness of the enclosed darkness within. Something felt off. I was not supposed to be there. It had taken up most of the evening for me to gather up my courage to make my way across the barren land alone before entering the heathenberry forest. Jamie Colden's words had been echoing in my mind all the way to the clearing. If something answers you, just make sure you don't tell it your name. He had warned me the day before as we walked across the edge of the forest adjacent to an old dilapidated train tunnel due north. Why not? I asked him. And what will answer me? He had been staring at the reddening summer sky, his pale blue eyes sparkling with mischief and amusement. You ask too many questions, Marcus Wellington. Stupid questions. Just don't fucking do it, alright? Not too many people know where to find that stinking old well. They go there to be told if they are going to be successful or not in their lives. You toss a dime over for each question. Make it quick. Never ask questions whose answer you don't want to know. Most importantly, never tell it your name, or it will steal your soul away. I had gasped and cringed at him because I had never heard any kid my age use that kind of harsh language before. But Jamie had always been one to act cool and older than his actual age for attention. Besides, he was much older than I was. You're kidding, right, Jamie? The only reason why I'm here telling to you now is because I feel sorry for you. Your father was a good man. Helped my family a lot. I'm not doing this for you, cretin. Kathy and I will leave for the city next week. Don't tell anybody I told you that. We've got everything figured out already. Her friend has a place for us somewhere. We're getting married as soon as we leave this stinking village. We're not coming back. Her father will skin me alive if he ever sees me again after running away with his only daughter. His pale round face had been contorted into a mixture of determination, hope, but also anguish as he continued. If you're smart, you get out of this place as soon as you can before you lose your mind as well. These people are hopeless. Or go to that well. Whatever. If that makes you happy, I don't care. Wait until the clock strikes midnight. Make sure nobody follows you or knows where you're going. You have to do it alone, or else it won't answer you. You see that hill over there? He pointed to the west at a dark, bluish hill looming over the plain in the distance. There was a small trail on top of it. Follow it. It will lead you due south into the forest. As the brush grows thicker, that you can barely smash through it, you'll arrive at a small clearing in the middle of the forest where you can weave easily through the trees. That's where the well is. Don't follow the trail west beyond the clearing. There's marshes. People have drowned and died trying to make their way across the godforsaken plain. And he had been right. The air had been chilly when I emerged from the tree line. I had found myself walking at a small, roughly circular clearing which was devoid of anything taller than knee-high dandelions. And there in the middle of the mini savanna, almost hidden in the darkness from probing eyes, I had seen a small, dilapidated stone mound, its structure black and sunken. "Hello?" I called out again louder, but still as hesitant. My whole face tensed hard. This time a dreadful silence was filling up the well. There were no echoes, as if the well had just swallowed my voice whole. Confused, I bent down to pick another rock off the ground. "Hello?" A voice suddenly rose. I gasped in horror and cringed away, only to trip over my own feet. I fell backward and landed hard on my buttocks. As I sat there in the cold, hard ground and waited, feeling convinced the devil himself was going to rear up from his subterranean tomb to get me, something flashed across my mind. A cautionary tale Jamie had told me earlier today before he left for the apple farm where he had been working for a few years. You dare to summon it, you have to finish your business there. Never forget to say thank you and goodbye when you're done. Otherwise, it would think you're not done and follow you around, watching you in the shadows everywhere you go. I struggled to rise to my feet and stood gazing intensely at the derelict stone mound, frowning at the ancient-looking symbols etched into its rough surface. My chest was heaving rapidly with fear and uncertainty. That voice had aroused something in me that I had never known I had. This primal fear of the unknown, of what awaited beyond the darkness. "Hello?" It chirped. "Hello?" It drawled with a contemptuous voice that suggested disguised danger. It sounded warm but also distant at the same time. There was an unnervingly familiar tone to it, I realized. It almost sounded like my own voice, only distorted, much deeper and feline-like. "Don't be afraid. Come closer." It hissed almost inaudibly. What are you?" I stammered. "Well, I'm a wood fairy." It let out a gleeful chuckle. An image of tiny winged human with pointed ears and delicate features drafted through my head instantly, which did not match the malicious voice from below. "Really?" "Yes." It hissed loudly, as if blowing air through gritted teeth. "You see those symbols? They are called Ogam inscriptions, an ancient magic spell to keep me here. I can neither hurt nor touch you, even if I wanted to." "I need your help. Will you help me?" I was afraid of engaging myself more with this disembodied being, but I knew it was the only way for me. Nothing else would work. "What is it?" It's my father." I started to sob. My shoulders shook vigorously as I rested my face down on the cold, rugged stone surface, feeling hopeless and defeated. And very soon I was overwhelmed with a sense of indignation and outrage again. I was not paying attention to my surroundings. The forest around me had fallen silent. The trees and the wind had ceased all of a sudden, as if the whole land was holding its breath in anticipation. "What is it?" It asked again, colder and more demanding. I lifted my face off the stone and stared into the darkness below, feeling slightly confused. As I narrowed my eyes to concentrate on trying to catch a glimpse of the slightest movement, I felt like the forest was closing in on me, disintegrating into shadowy walls that were pushing me incrementally from all directions towards the inky depth to answer to the call of the void. "Hello?" I leaned over the mound and arched my body to peer down. "Tell me, what is it? What would you like me to do?" I opened my mouth but could not find the words to say. I retreated thinking maybe it was not a good idea. Maybe I should just go home immediately and never return to this cursed forest. You can tell me. What is it you want? I can help you, it said coyly. Can you bring him back to me? The words had escaped my lips before I could even stop myself. There were a few seconds of silence that almost made me turn on my heels and take off, not wanting to hear any more of what it had to say. It felt so wrong talking to something you could not see because it was hiding in the dark, the embodiment of darkness itself. I toyed with the idea of what was real and what was not, but even then, I knew that I was trespassing the border of reality. Of course, it said. Really? I asked. Would you believe me if I told you that your father was down here with me, looking up at you, and all you had to do was jump over to be with him? I don't think that's a good idea. I took a step away from the well, rubbing my face. For one, I knew exactly where my father was, 6 feet under the ground at RockxMoss Cemetery, a few miles down west from the outskirts of town where we had him interred a few weeks before, not in the bottom of an old, dilapidated well. The concept of death was something I was still struggling to get a grasp on. For all I knew, he could be somewhere else as well, waiting. I was only a kid, and there was only a hint of skepticism flashing across my thoughts as I considered its words. Will I survive the fall when I can't even see the bottom? Is it telling me the truth? A cold, high-pitched laugh rose from below, devoid of any emotion. It sounded hollow and insecure. You're one smart kid. So, can you really? I hesitated. Yes, I will bring your father back to you. Will it make you happy to see him again? Surely it will. What's the catch then? I asked him cautiously. What do you want from me? Very bold of you to assume I want anything at all from you. Then what? What is your name, dear? I opened my mouth to answer, but then Jamie's words the day before flashed across my mind again. I'm not allowed to tell you my name. Why? Now that's a lie. Who told you that? My friend. Well, what do we know about this little friend of yours? Isn't he a huge and slow as a grazing bovine on a summer day? Everyone knows the rules. We can't tell you our names. Well, everyone doesn't want to bring their father back from the dead now, do they? But you do. You've been missing him a lot, haven't you? It's killing you. This is a very huge favor you ask of me. Besides, I only want to be your friend. Aren't friends supposed to know one another's name? Or at least we can stay on a last name basis if that's more convenient for you. Isn't there any other way then? Oh yeah, there is. What is it? Please tell me. I need human sacrifice. Blood. What? Did you just say blood? Human blood? Burst into a mirthless laugh that sounded unpleasant and cold. Wouldn't it be much easier if you just told me your name, my dear boy? Then I decided it would be worth it to just go with it. All I had to do was tell it my name and my father would return to me. It wasn't rocket science. I opened my mouth, but whatever instinct had kept me from doing so for the last 20 minutes or so suddenly caught up to me again. Yes, friend. Your name. Tell me your name. It said reassuringly. And you and your dear father will be reunited. That's all it takes. It took a power of will to break my silence, but between heavy breaths and gritted teeth, I finally relented. It was the right thing to do. That night, I stumbled onto the truth about Heathenberry Forest as it spoke to me of things beyond my comprehension. Catherine Deanshaw's eyes were puffy and red when I saw her the following day in the village. She seemed troubled and unhinged. She was looking in my direction for the briefest moment in such a way as if wanting to ask me something, which under different circumstances, if only things had been different, I would have been more than happy to tend to. She had always been a nice girl. She waved at me and smiled confusedly, and walked away with John Clearwater, the son of the richest man in the village with whom her father had always longed for her to be involved. It pained me to not be able to help her. Genuinely did. But I needed to disengage myself from any responsibility that was not my own. I had been looking forward to subsequently seeing things fall into place. My father's return. It was the only thing that mattered to me. I was only 14, after all. Life isn't always as we know it. We humans aren't the only ones in this vast universe. Other beings reside among us as well. Sometimes we see them, sometimes we don't. Have you ever saw a shadow by your window, only to open it and find nothing outside? Maybe you heard a knock on your door at night, but opening the door you see nothing outside. Maybe you heard your bed creak loudly, just to look and find your lazy dog still sleeping on the floor. Maybe you felt a tail brushing past your leg from under the sofa. First, you think it was your cat, then realize you don't have one and look under the sofa to find nothing. Nothing is a mean word. There's always something. I live in a town that you could almost call a village if it weren't for a few shopping malls and a multiplex. I can't tell you the name of this town or my name either, for the sake of your own life. The only thing I can tell you are these events. First, I couldn't risk telling these events, but now it's pushing me over the edge. So let's begin, shall we? The rain, when it falls, looks like stars, falling on the ground to reflect the night itself, like creation itself, sprinkling these dazzling stars just as a finishing touch to its masterpiece. I loved the rain. Now I hate it, even more than I did a few months ago. The rain brings things in my house. Some are neutral, some are aggressive. It all started when I bought this house, moved out of my childhood town, the town in which 24 years of my life was spent. Moved here, bought the only house available for sale. Big mistake. I was in the living room when it all first happened. A knock came on the front door. It was raining heavily. Almost could be mistaken for a storm. I got to the door thinking it was the plumber I had been requesting to fix my broken sink pipeline for 3 days. I opened the door. I screamed as I opened the door. I fell on my back and began tumbling my way backwards towards the bedroom, kicked the door shut and barricaded the door, then leaned against the wall, started sliding down until I hit the floor. Now I was sitting on the floor with my back pressed against the wall, both my arms wrapped around my knees. I began thinking about what I saw. A tall, lanky man, tall at an unnatural height, almost 11 feet tall, entering through the door by ducking. He was gray-colored, his face was absent of any features, and he was wet. After a few hours, which felt like days, I heard the front door open and shut. I silently moved the barricade and risked a peek. For those who are thinking why I didn't call someone, my phone was left on my couch. Idiot? I am. No one in the living room. I silently snuck to the kitchen, picked a knife and started searching the house. After triple checking all rooms, making sure no one was in the house, I was convinced I hallucinated. That wasn't until I saw muddy footprints all over the floor. It started from the front door, went to all rooms one by one before going back to the front door and vanishing. By saying vanishing, I mean no footprints could be found outside, like it vanished after getting out of the front door. I started panicking and ran all over the house. After a few minutes, stopped my mad sprint and calmed myself. Or maybe got exhausted. Or maybe the pain of occasionally getting hit on the head. Whatever the reason, I cleaned the footprints. After the cleaning, I thought of what it all was. When my thoughts shot back to a bunch of cardboard boxes left by the previous owner in the basement. Maybe he left them on purpose. Maybe he knew what he was dealing with. Maybe he left a clue in there, so the next person would know what he is dealing with. So I went to the basement as I hadn't cleared the boxes from the basement. I know, okay? I am a lazy guy. After hours of rummaging through the boxes, I found them empty. Shocked, I started tossing the boxes over the room when I found a piece of paper nailed in the wall behind the boxes. It had something written on it. After reading it, I realized it wasn't any paper but a torn page of a journal. I gently tore it from the nail and tucked it in my pocket. It was written about how this house was built upon a bridgeway to other realms, about how things come and take shelter when it rains. Not commonly, rarely so. I came to know the two types of these things, neutral and aggressive. To clear your confusion, the tall thing was neutral. I have encountered them 28 times now. By now, I mean a whole year. Told you they come rarely. Of 28 things, only 7 were aggressives. The reason I am telling you these to you all is because of my most recent encounter. I almost grew accustomed to it. Neutrals weren't a problem. The only problem I had were the muddy footprints. Well, the aggressives left footprints too. They basically stalked the house until the rain stopped, but the aggressives weren't so nice. I was alert when it was an aggressive. Aggressives, in the best case, broke some plates and, in the worst case, threw me against the wall. They don't kill you, if that makes you feel any better. My recent encounter was 2 days ago. I was watching weather forecasts, as it was raining for 1 day and 13 hours straight when a knock came on the front door. Bracing myself for any aggressives, I opened the door but was met with brown eyes and black hair, a face that had all the human features. The face felt familiar. Searching my brain for the face, remembering it's a friend from high school. He was smiling. I smiled, told him to come in, then after exchanging formalities, asked him if he would like some coffee. He agreed. Walking my way to the kitchen, I felt relieved as I didn't have a human guest over in a year. While making coffee, I was thinking hard about my memories with him, when the memories came gushing like water. It was a sunny day. We used to play with other kids from the neighborhood in an open field with a river not far from us, the river which my parents warned not to come close to. He had brought a new football. We were playing with it when I unintentionally kicked it hard to the direction of the river, causing it to land across the river. We all thought for a moment before abandoning the idea of swimming across it. The current was too strong for us to swim through. "I'll do it," he said. He was always the adventurous type. We clearly denied the opinion, but he wouldn't listen. He went after that stupid football, not listening to the requests of 8 kids almost his age. He strugglingly made it to the opposite side, picked the ball, and clutching it to his chest, started swimming back towards us. We told him to throw the ball towards us, but he didn't. Doesn't always mean all adventurous persons are smart. Halfway through the river, his ball slipped and he lost focus for 1 second. That was enough time for the current to break his posture and start dragging him away. He screamed for help, but before we could do anything, we heard a sickening crack. He had hit his head on a rock. We could only watch helplessly as our muscle denied to move. The last thing we saw was the ball. They never found his body. I was snapped back to reality by the sound of the mug breaking by falling from my hand. I shot a glance behind me, finding him grinning at me by the kitchen door. I looked behind his shoulder. Muddy footprints. Shit. He had blocked my only exit. After my first few encounters with the aggressives, I knew better than to use knives against them, and this one was even different. So I used the only advantage of humanity over these things. Wits. With all my strength, I hurled myself towards him, and he did what I had expected. He dodged me and stood aside. Though I hadn't planned on building so much momentum, which I certainly did, so I couldn't stop myself, and was now hurling at my own wall of the living room. As I slammed into the concrete wall head first, dizziness took over me. Trying to suppress the dizziness, I tried to stand up and fell. Realizing I couldn't stand, I started to crawl my way towards the bedroom. I couldn't move an inch before something was holding my leg. I glanced backwards to see him holding my right leg, glaring at me. With all the strength I had, if I had any, I kicked on his face. Hard, and to my surprise and shock, he stumbled and fell backwards. Without wasting a second, I made a mad dash for the bedroom. Or maybe a mad crawl. I still don't know what I did as adrenaline took over me. Just as I reached the bedroom, I swung back to close the door to see him running at me in an inhuman speed. In a swift motion, I swung the door shut and felt relieved for a second. Until the door blew up. Is it only me, or doesn't my relief last more than a second? I was launched from the ground and crashed into the wall above my bed again. I groaned as I fell on the bed and tried to sit up. Suddenly, I was slowly levitating above the bed until I was mid-air, floating above my bed in a standing position. The dizziness was in its final stage. Soon, I will be unconscious. I realized he was screaming something. I weakly opened my eyes to see him standing in front of the bed, glaring at me. I couldn't make out what he was saying. He was sounding like someone talking underwater. Either my ear was ringing or he sounded like that. I don't know. Finally, I could make out the words. You killed me. He then positioned his hands in front of him, positioning his hands like he was pressing someone's neck, and at the same time I felt hands from both sides of my neck. The invisible hands started getting tighter and tighter. Now I was gasping for breath, kicking the air, and as both hands were trying to find the hands around my neck, tears started rolling down my eyes, and a small stream of blood was pouring out of the portion where I hit my head on the wall earlier. Now he was repeatedly screaming, "You killed me! You killed me!" Right after, his skin started to decay until his skin was black, barely clinging on his bones, as his head revealed a smashed skull. No, was the only thing I could choke out before my vision started tunneling. When I was almost losing consciousness, the pressure was released. I dropped on my bed. After a few moments of gasping and heavy breaths, I came back to my senses and realized the rain has stopped. After minutes of groaning and rolling, I came to know I had a dislocated left shoulder, a seriously bruised neck, and a cracked skull. After limping my way to the living room, a chill ran down my spine. My bedroom door was broken to bits and a crack formed on the wall where I hurled into. But none of them were the source of the chill. In the middle of my living room, on the center of the suddenly wet floor, lay a bloodied football. I always volunteered at retirement homes. Sure, it's maybe not the most fun way to spend a weekend, but it really helps people and maybe pads out a resume nicely too. As you may be able to imagine, not everybody there is happy, but this specific resident took her boredom and anger and channeled it into a most unsavory pastime. "Alright, ma'am, here's your water," the nurse practically screamed at the old woman next to me. The woman was hard of hearing, and the nurse was starting to lose it by the fifth. "Pardon?" Once she exited the room, the old woman next to me leaned over and, practically giddy with excitement, exclaimed that she was getting out of this dump next week. Her words, not mine. That's great, I half yelled at her. She nodded and grabbed a chessboard under the table we were seated at. She opened it up and made her first move. She moved the knight. After a couple of turns, I started to ask her questions about her and her hobbies. The usual boring questions and the typical bland responses. About halfway through the game, though, she asked me a question that caught me off guard. After I get out of this cramped place, would you like to come visit me at my house? Maybe have some tea? Naturally, this was an activity I would have preferred to avoid. I started to run down a list in my head of some excuses. Blanking, I asked, when? How about the 4th of next month? What time? 6? Shoot, I said. I'm busy then. The old woman started to get a little pouty. I don't know what came over me. Maybe it was the guilt of lying to this nice person. Perhaps it was the expression on her face, but I agreed. The first thing I noticed was the gothic feel of the house. The structure was quite dated, and the unkempt grass and trees in the front yard were clear proof that it had been a while since someone had lived here. The house was also a little deserted. Thick trees covered the edges, and had the sun not been behind me, and not to the left or right, I would have had trouble finding a door. I walked up a decaying stone step, gripped the door knocker, and slammed it into the door. It took a while for the woman to answer. It was getting colder out by this time of night, not to mention we were well into fall. I was almost excited to walk into the house, despite the looming awkward small talk. She smiled at me and closed the door behind her, locking it using an old-looking key. "You never be too careful," she told me. I laughed, clearly misreading what I thought was a joke. We lived in a nice neighborhood. She led me through the dusty, ancient front hall to what looked like a lounge room. The lights were barely on. I could make out the fine china all along the walls, however. She directed me towards a seat and I sat. She pulled out a bony finger, the universal sign for, "Wait 1 minute." She added on her way out the door, "I'll get some tea." I hated tea. But I was not about to complain to her. While she was gone, I took in my surroundings. One word came to mind. Old. Very old. Before I summoned the courage to stand up and look around, she returned with 2 teacups, a kettle, and a tray. I have to say they were very nicely decorated and most likely cost her a fortune. She poured the tea and sat down. I politely took my cup and took a sip, and then another, and then another. It was actually pretty good. This was definitely not the tea I was used to drinking with my grandmother. Upon realizing how much I was drinking, the old woman smiled, and after wiping her mouth with a handkerchief, and she said she wanted to show me something. I took a quick sip from the cup and shot up to catch up with the surprisingly fast woman. She was out of sight before I got up the stairs. "Hello?" I yelled into the hallway. Her house was built like a maze, and the dizziness I was feeling did not help. I blamed it on the cough medicine I took before I walked inside. I was allergic to cats, and one look at the house's exterior told me it might be in for some puffy eyes. Then I noticed the messaging system on a nightstand. It was old, don't get me wrong, but it seemed a bit too new for a house like this. Then it blared. "Hello? Madeline. I'm your nurse from Riverwood Retirement Home, and I'm looking where you are. It's been a while since you checked yourself out, and you're due for an appointment in an hour. Call me back." And the receiver clicked. I would have thought about why she lied about leaving the place, but then I heard the familiar voice of the old woman. She was making amends and promised to be there quickly. I would have listened if not for the dancing clock ahead of me. I was in a trance. The woman's words echoed in and out like a song, and the hallway started to dance around me. In and out, in and out. I couldn't help but dance along. Then I passed out. When I came to, the first thing I noticed was my heartbeat. It was swift. Then I saw the gag, then the straps around my wrists, then the chair. Panicked, I looked around again, and this time noticed the room. White and light up, well compared to the house I was just in. It made my head hurt. My disheveled brain did not register the smell at first. The scent was eerily recognizable. It was the unmistakable smell of the house. I was still in the woman's home. Then my body started to catch up to the backlog of instructions from my brain. I began to scream, not that it made much noise on account of the gag. I started to panic even more, and more, and more. Fortunately, though, I was a logical person. After a little bit, I managed to formulate a plan. You see, the thing about nearly senile old ladies is that they are not very strong, nor do they know how to tie a knot. After exerting almost no energy, my thrashing arms easily bested the straps on my wrist. I removed the gag and walked to the door. The old woman was not expecting me to escape so quickly, so the door was not locked. I opened the door and walked out. I was in a familiar place, a lounge room. I guess the dimmers made it hard to see a door before. I did not have time to dwell on that, though. I had to escape. I walked towards the front door and noticed the lock. She had not locked the door to keep someone out. She had locked the door to keep someone in. I panicked and tried to remember where she left the key. I was not happy to remember she had it on her person. I know that she was in an appointment on account of the voicemail left. I knew I had not been in the room long. I just had to wait for her to come back. I can easily overpower an old woman and take the key. So I decided to snoop around. The first thing on the agenda was how the hell she got me to faint. I knew she had spiked the tea with something. I was looking around for a bit to no avail. Then I heard the keys click. I hid in the lounge, waiting for the woman. She hummed some sort of tune as she made her way to the door I was supposedly in. When she rounded the corner, I jumped out and began to look for the key on her person. I found it almost immediately. Heart pounding, I started to bolt for the front door. I heard her yell for someone and subsequently heard footsteps pounding up the stairs. I was not going to find out who was coming up those stairs. I slammed the door down on this person's hand, guaranteeing me some time to make it to my bike, escaping death and the terrible stench in her home. I still dwelled about that day. She was arrested, and the man who she was calling was also put away. It was all over our city's news. I still think about how close I had come to whatever fate she had in store for me. What if that man had tied me up instead? What if he had beaten me to the door? What if he was with her? I decided to take a walk to think things through when I saw a dreadful sight. A dead raccoon. Then I recognized the scent. The scent of death. This was the scent that still haunts me to this day. The smell I smelled in that house. I learned that day that I was just a lucky one. There was a house at the end of our street. Its walls were cracked. Its lawn was overgrown with weeds. The shutters were always drawn. The door never opened. This was our street, our house where the monster lived. There were 4 of us. We were kids, but on the cusp of becoming that mysterious thing. Teenagers. I was the runt of the litter. I wore glasses and clothes that did not quite fit because they were all hand-me-downs. The others did not speak to me much, and when they did, it was usually to badmouth me. Jake, the eldest, called me Shadow because every time he looked around, I was there. I was secretly delighted with this nickname. For 1 week that summer, it rained non-stop. Stuck in the house on my own, I drew a whole series of cartoons with a superhero called the Shadow. His costume fitted him perfectly, and he had 20/20 vision. Then the hot, dry days returned. I can't tell you what day of the week it was when we gathered under the cover of an old tree. Going back to school was still forever away, and there was nothing we could not do. So we were going to do our favorite thing, mount an expedition to the house at the end of the street and try and spot the monster. Jake had seen the monster 3 times, Andy once, Jane never. I had told the others I had seen it, but this was made up. The monster, for those in the know, was a hideously deformed shape which drifted past the windows and could be glimpsed, if you screwed your eyes up just right, through gaps in the rotted wood of the shutters. It was over 7 feet tall and trailed drool from its mouth. It was bald, so bald in fact that in places even its skin had fallen away, leaving exposed bone. It never washed, and it went to the toilet wherever it pleased. This list went on, but safe to say, it was a beast and by far the most thrilling thing, not just on our street, but in our entire hometown. Probably the entire state, according to Andy. Preparations for an expedition were meticulous. Jake had a baseball bat in case the monster tried to attack us. Andy had a compass in case a cloud covered the sun, and we could not use it to navigate. I had bread and cheese that I had snuck from the fridge at home, stashed in my trouser pockets. Jane, on this particular day, had a serious attitude problem. She wanted to go watch the fair being set up in the town square. We suspected there were older boy motives involved here, but said nothing. So, as armed as we could be, we left our hiding place under the tree and set off towards the house. The sun was so hot our skin was stinging within minutes. Sweat trailed down our backs. We crept past whitewashed fences guarded by shrining post boxes, dodged water spray coming from sprinklers, pulled faces at a barking poodle imprisoned behind a window. Our destination was close now. We crouched behind a low wall and whispered how we would take in turns to stand up straight and stroll past the house, real casual-like. Only we would be doing our best to see inside, to chalk up a sighting of the monster. Jake went first and should have won Mr. Nonchalant 1975 the way he moved. Once he was safely on the other side of the house, he paused and drew an imaginary line in the air with his finger, the universal symbol for one more confirmed sighting of the monster. Andy was next. Showing A-plus bravado, he slowed right down as he passed the windows and tried to peer in. From a distance, of course. It was obvious from the slump of his shoulders that he had no joy from this time. Jane should have been next, with me last in line as always, but she was showing no interest. I wanted to prod her in the back to hurry her up, but prodding was touching. Touching a girl was not something I had ever done. I muttered instead, "Hurry up, slowpoke." Jane pulled a face and said, "I'm not playing this stupid game anymore." I replied, "It's not a game. The monster is real." "Prove it then. Give me the proof that the monster is real and I will let you kiss me." Now that was a curveball. Having said what she said, Jane finally strolled past the house. She paid it no interest. My heart was beating 10 to the dozen and my skin was burning, which was nothing to do with the sun. Then I managed to remember where I was and what I was meant to be doing. I made my sweep of the house, but I was a million miles away. That evening back at home I could not sit still, and I was not sure I was ever going to sleep again. I needed to act. Arming myself with a torch and the camera that had been my combined Christmas and birthday present, I crept out of the house. I left the radio on in my room to ensure my parents thought I was where I should be. By the time I had silently negotiated the front gate, I was considering a career as a spy when I left school. Superhero, obviously being a pipe dream. My code name would be Shadow. I would have to think what the letters stood for later because, at that point, I needed to focus. I had a 4-point plan. Get in the house, take a photograph of the monster, show photograph to Jane, kiss Jane. At that moment in time, the monster was not the most terrifying thing on the list. I drew in deep breaths. I had reached the house at the end of our street. It was still in darkness, which of course it would be. Monsters love the dark best of all. It was now that I began to see the gaps in my plan. For a start, how on earth was I going to get into the house? I decided to head around the back of the house and see if any opportunities presented themselves. After scrambling gracefully over the fence, I skirted the side of the house and came out into a backyard so overgrown with weeds I had to wade through them to reach the back door. I could see no other possible way in, so gave the door a gentle push. It would be locked, and then I would go home and watch TV and forget about this whole thing. That felt very appealing. The door swung open at my touch. Damn. I stepped inside. The darkness deepened. I was met by a sickly sweet smell. The air felt clogged with dust, and I spat to try and clear my throat. Then I heard a buzzing sound, and things brushed against my skin. What the hell? I clicked my torch on. A scream formed inside me. There was a thing sitting in an armchair in the middle of the room. The torchlight had caught it right in the face. Its eyes seemed to be moving, and then I realized that it was flies. There were dozens of them. Hundreds. They were everywhere. On my face as well. In my hair, even in my mouth. Sputtering, I tried to swat them away. The thing just sat there. It wore a vest and braces and dark trousers. All were filthy and torn. The skin of its face was drained of any color. It had been a man once. Realizing this, I finally screamed. 2 yellow eyes looked up at me. A rat was sitting in the man's lap, and I had disturbed it. It seemed to consider me for a moment and then returned to what it had been doing. I saw it tug at a gray, stringy thing through a hole in the man's guts. I screamed again and again. One of the neighbors must have phoned the police. Ours was a quiet neighborhood, and I would have interrupted quite a few families watching their soap operas. The next thing I knew, there were sirens, and police were shouting into the house. The light from their torches made mine look like what it was. A child's toy. There's not much more to tell. I was grounded for a long time after that, until well into the new school year. Not that I felt much like venturing out. Jake and Andy came around one afternoon and wanted to know exactly what had happened. They were clearly disappointed that I had not got a photograph. I did not get to kiss Jane either. As for the poor man in the armchair, I did not ever find out who he was. A lonely person with no family, I guess. There may be monsters out in the world somewhere, but there never had been one on our streets. I moved through the room, impressed by the colors and realistic textures of the heavy velour curtains and the hardwood floor below me. The air was golden with dappled light, visible dust floating down to the wooden boards. My feet were visible when I turned my eyes down to them, and I heard Joe mutter a quick, "Gotta fix the shoes," as he watched along with me. The vanity table stood ahead of me. On it were 3 stands, each with a blank mask on them. The first was a Mardi Gras-style porcelain one, unadorned white. The next was a latex Halloween style in the shape of a witch's face. The third was like an alien, but less cartoon and more visceral. I stood in front of that one. "All right, paints are in the drawer." Joe's voice split into my reality. I made a move and slid the drawer open. Jokingly, I pulled it out so that the contents spilled all over the ground. "You should add a clatter sound." I reviewed the mess. Several paintbrushes and a paint kit, all still intact. I bent down and my movements were reflected in my vision. I collected the items and placed them on the table between the alien and witch masks. I gripped a large brush and opened the paint box. There were 10 shades inside and I dipped the bristles in each. A little of every color. I began to drag the murky rainbow across the alien mask. Gross, came Joe's retort, somewhere behind me. I've got to test it all, I told him. Someone's bound to try this at some point. I made some stripes across the alien's face. My brush cleared itself after each movement and I would dip it in a new color. I painted the eyes black with a white star in the center of each. Lips red, puckered. Looking good, I laughed. Now put it on, Joe said as I completed my art. I let the paint box drop to the ground and reached out for the mask. Yeah, that just falls to the floor quietly. Not realistic. And the way it landed, it floated down like a feather. Come on, Joe, you can do better. Using both hands, I took it off the stand and shifted it into my head. Is it on? Well, it would have fallen to the floor if you dropped it, so it must be, Joe replied. So what now? Can I look at myself? The mirrors are not done. Why don't you come out? That's all I've got so far. I moved the virtual headset and set down my 2 controllers. Back in Joe's studio, walls painted into a green screen, I sank down into the couch and watched as he worked on the code. Thoughts? He asked, typing furiously, not even bothering to look up. It's good. It made me want to try putting every mask on, just stacking them on top of each other. He scoffed and I kept going. Let's see. Graphics are really good. Better than any VR you've done before. Needs some tweaks, obviously. The mirror is necessary. I want to see my handiwork. Alright. I wrote in shoes. What kind? Just white tennis shoes. I would never. Well, in here you would. If you stick around, I think I can get a loose coat up for the mirror in an hour or 2. We can give it a try before calling it a night. Fine. The place was empty. Shades of midnight blue filtered through windows in the hall. I paced up and down the corridor. Sent a message to my girlfriend. Told her I'd be home late. I stepped outside for air while Joe continued typing code. I've tested every single module he's come up with. Some of them so boring that I longed for a virtual escape from those worlds. Once he made a simulation of taking out the garbage. You'd bring the can to the curb and a garbage truck would come get it. He has me test his programs because I push them to the limits. I found a loophole in his garbage module. You could throw the can at the garbage truck and it would blink out of the picture and not come back. Later, I discovered I could take the lid off the can and jump inside. I begged him to write the code so that you could get taken away by the trash collectors and end up in an infinite dump. I pestered him about it so long that he eventually budged. We reached a compromise. You could get thrown into the truck, but then the module ends. An hour turned into 2, 3. I drank another coffee. The entire building was deserted. Joe was hunched over the computer, making more adjustments. Just let me try it, I said. I need to go. It's really not ready. Well, let me do it anyway. I'll come back tomorrow and test it again if you want. I don't know. I was already equipping the headset. I could hear Joe swearing and saying, "It's not done." But I gripped the controllers and selected the module from the rough menu. Shocked, I looked around the virtual room. The graphics were sharper, clear-cut dimensions and realistic interplay with the light. The motes of dust shimmered in a way that made me want to cough. I took a step forward and moved a controller-clad hand through the cloud and it dissipated the way real dust might. Joe, this is really good. I rarely gave him such compliments. I didn't hear a response, but I figured he was shocked by my candor. The room had an ambient noise now. I could hear the dim buzz of the vanity mirror lights, and the light creaking off the floorboards as I tread over them in my white tennis shoes. The masks were waiting. This time I made my way to the porcelain one on the far left. The graphics, I said, are so real. I heard a slight echo somewhere behind me. Like my voice was reaching up into the wooden rafters of the backstage area this module was set in. I opened the drawer and it made a groaning sound as wood grinded against wood. Inside was the paint box, replaced and good as new. The colors were so vivid. I dipped a small brush into the magenta paint and flicked the brush against the lips of the porcelain mask, hurling up the soft pink light. It took the color in stages, gradually getting deeper with each sweep of my brush. I added blue washes over the cheeks and purple around the eyes. I painted a sort of cloud on the forehead, green and gold. The whole thing was a testament to my lack of artistry. It seemed to carry over into the module. There was a stack of ribbons in the drawer and I selected yellow ones, which I was able to tie through the sides of the mask. As I did this, I knocked the paint box to the floor. A loud clatter came. I turned my real-life head down and viewed the virtual floor. The paint had come out of its container and was spilled everywhere. Joe, wow, this is incredible. I praised him, letting my normal ribbon go for once. He had knocked this one out of the park. He still didn't answer. I reached forward and grabbed the mask. I almost dropped it when I realized I could feel the controllers in my hand. But instead, I felt the cool surface of the sticky porcelain. There was no way to mimic such a thing in the game. It was that good that it was tricking my mind into taking over my senses. The mask easily slipped over my face. Suddenly my view came through two eyes. I could hear my muffled breathing as it met against the tiny air hole in the hard mask. Why could I feel the weight of the mask? The red velvet curtain was slightly parted. Do I just go over here? Joe? No reply. Joe? I moved forward to the curtain and pulled it aside. The mirror was there and it revealed my reflection with a perfect rendering of the mask I had painted on my face. I stood there and admired myself, swiveling to see the sides. Joe, I'm going to play around in here. I've got to test the parameters. That's what I'm here for, right? I laughed anxiously. I reached behind me to where he normally sat, but my hands raked the theater wall. Well? I spoke aloud because I was nervous, but I would never let him know that. Someone will probably try to take the mask off and look at their virtual face. So let's give that a go. I tried to remove it, but apparently he had coded away that possibility. I moved toward the witch mask and took it off the rack. I tried to slip it over the porcelain one, but it caught on it, as though the head hole were too small. I let it fall to the ground. As I walked back in the other direction, I tipped over the witch's long, matted hair. Alright, this is getting a little weird. Obviously something's on the rug in your office that I tripped over. Why did it feel like the witch's hair? I'm coming out of here. I made a move to take off the headset, but just found my hands clutching the porcelain of the mask. Joe? Joe? My voice was deepening with panic. I backed to where the couch is in Joe's office, but I smacked into the vanity table. I felt around and could only feel paintbrushes, mask stands, the burning hot bulbs. Get me out of here, Joe, I called. Had I really gotten this turned around? I felt around all the walls, but nothing was familiar. No beat-up couch, no mini fridge, no desk, not even Joe himself, cackling at me from the corner. He was just gone. All his stuff gone. You got me, I said. Alright, you really got me now. Good one, bud. I'm sorry for all the grief I've caused you. You're a hell of a coder. Now what? Can you get me out of here? Door opened on the opposite side of the theater. The light it cast was bright, like it was daytime beyond. Something was peering in. How'd you get stuck in here? I squinted. A man was looking in at me. He glanced at the table of masks and the mess of paint on the floor. What did you do to our props? Get that off your face. He took a few steps forward. I bolted out the door, running down the hall. I didn't know where I was going. Most of Joe's modules were only a single room, maybe a small lot like in the case of the garbage truck. This seemed to be a whole building. I snaked through another series of doors. I could hear that man yelling for me, his voice growling more and more distant. Eventually I came to an exit. It was daytime. Blinding light streamed through the glass doors. I caught a reflection of myself in the panel, and I was still wearing the porcelain mask. I grabbed my face and tugged until it came off. I shattered it onto the ground. Jagged pieces covered in my poor paint job. I again attempted to remove the headset, to drop the controllers, to hit the escape button on the left controller, but they weren't there. I couldn't feel them at all. I stepped through the doors and found myself out on the street. It was warm and sunny, far from the winter night I had wrestled with earlier, scraping snow and ice off of my car to make the trek to Joe's studio. People walked by, paying me no attention. My brain cataloged all the stimuli. I felt the sun on my skin, the ground beneath the tennis shoes. I reached out and let my hand brush over a rose bush. Pain seared through my fingertip. A drip of blood appeared on my middle finger. My skin was pale, not the right color. I looked back at the glass door I had just come through. The broken pieces of mask were still on the other side. I saw my reflection and gasped. My body was realistic, but not mine. My face, however, was a dark, unfinished blob. A head-shaped spot that seemed to blink in and out. Pixels dancing. No one seemed bothered by my appearance. I approached a group of people on the street and they blinked curiously at me. No one ran off in horror. Excuse me, could you please tell me what color my eyes are? As though I were trying to continue testing the parameters of the module. Blue, said one. As another spoke in unison, brown. What? They're not brown, said the first. The crowd descended into a puzzled argument as I backed away into the street. I continued up the hill and eventually asked someone for directions to 23rd Street, where Joe's studio is. I was given a series of instructions. I walked there, pausing to reflect on the unflinching reality of the entire scene. It appeared no different from any ordinary day in town. When I got to the studio, it was boarded up. Abandoned building with a condemned sign on the front door. The ice cream parlor that sits beside it was still there. Swirls of chocolate and vanilla were carried out on waffle cones. Excited children extending hands to grab them. There was a woman sitting outside the coffee shop across the street. I approached her cautiously and asked if I could borrow her phone. She agreed and passed it over. I texted my girlfriend and asked if I could sit there for a minute until she replied, "Sure." "Let me ask you something," I said. "What do I look like?" "Like a perfectly normal man," she responded, after a moment's consideration. "That's a strange thing to say." She thought it over. "How? Oh, here. You have a reply." She handed the phone to me. The reply was as follows. Randomly generated response. I sent a text to Joe hoping I remembered his number. An automated reply came saying the number was not in service. The woman asked for her phone back. First, I took a selfie and then opened up her photos application. The entire thing was filled with pictures of a single tree. 230 photos of one tree. The last photo was a mess of pixels. Nothing but indistinct squares of color. Thanks, I said and began to walk away. It's a nice photo of you. She smiled earnestly. Want me to forward it? She called as I moved away. I made my way back to the theater. When I slipped into the backstage area, I found it full of actors preparing for a stage production. They were huddled around the mirror, doing their makeup. I didn't see the masks or paint box anywhere. Excuse me? I asked, sliding up to the thespians. Has anyone seen a witch mask? Or a box of paints that were on the floor? It goes out with the garbage, one of them said. They come every Tuesday, a tall man told me, nodding as though he was being very helpful. I walked aimlessly back through the halls until I came across a small office with an open door. I sat at the desk and looked up Joe on social media. He was there, but covered in pixels. Whoever's account I was logged into had a seemingly normal page, but with a series of blank status updates and some that were nothing but semicolons. I logged onto Reddit and wrote this up. Now I'll message the link to Joe. Everyone in the building is getting ready for this play. I can hear the audience filtering in. Their voices are loud but ambient. Joe is trying to teach me a lesson. Must be. There's a mirror above the desk. Every time I stand up to look at myself, it turns into a dizzy spiral of ones and zeros and I drop back into the chair. My hand is hovering over the post button, but I'm watching all the new stories come in and they're all wrong. They trail off into nonsense. Some of them are pages and pages of commas and blank space. Comments say things like, beautiful penmanship, and I hope I can be like you when I'm younger. It's pointless, isn't it? To put this up on this version of the internet, I'll hit the post button and hope my words don't break up into a million pixels and alt signs. I have to test the parameters. That's what Joe pays me to do. To enter his worlds and see if I can break them. Here we go. Summer Wave was a small store in my town that was a haven for anyone with $10. They sold the usual. Candy bars, soda, chips, and wine coolers. All reasonably priced. I would always go down there as a kid and use the allowance Mom gave me to get chips and soda for an afternoon of gaming. The store itself was cozy and welcoming. Small rows of snacks with warm-colored walls and young manager's favorite vaporwave music playing on the radio. The manager, Tiffany, was a nice woman who would often leave the counter to do something on her computer. It wasn't unusual to walk in and think the place was closed because no one was there. But ring the small bell at the counter, and she would come help you. I was an honest kid, and always rang the bell to pay, and I noticed there weren't any security cameras. It was all too easy for a robber to just walk in, slip a soda into his pocket, and get out scot-free. I asked Tiffany how she stops theft in her store, but she just shrugged and said, "No one ever steals from here twice." I didn't see how she could possibly know. If someone stole from there twice, seeing as how she was always looking at her screen, but I do now. I walked to the store and saw police officers there. They were interviewing Tiffany. Apparently, a mile up the road, someone had just ran his car off a cliff. Upon inspecting the wreckage, the police found his brakes were cut. "Are you sure you didn't see anyone tampering with the vehicle? Sources say his last stop was here," the investigator asked. "No, I didn't even really see him come in." The detective folded his book and shook her hand. "All right, miss. Ring us up for 2 sodas and we'll be on our way." As the police walked away, I asked her myself, Hey, so what was that about? She smiled, happy to see me. That? Oh, apparently someone was in my shop and I didn't know it. I thought I heard someone come in, but I didn't hear him or her ring the bell. I came to the fast conclusion that they might have stolen something to get out with such subterfuge. Well, I will take some donuts, please. She rang me up, and I was on my way. That was the first strange encounter I had with the local legends surrounding that place. A week later, I had made a new friend named David. He was a cool kid, other than being a troubled delinquent. We were going to the Summer Wave store when David noticed that there was nobody inside, and Tiffany was in the back helping her daughter with her homework. Bro, watch this. I watched as he snaked his way through the store and grabbed 3 cans of soda, 2 snack cakes, and chips. He had clearly done this before. Bro, look at that. Didn't pay a penny. You shouldn't do that. She's a nice lady. Yeah, she's also dumb as rocks. Let's go play Left 4 Dead. After getting home that night, I went to bed wondering if I should continue my friendship with David or find friends that didn't steal. I never realized that playing Xbox with him that night was one of the last nights I would have to spend with him. The next morning, I heard the news that David died in his sleep. A heart attack. His mom wept bitterly, and his dad didn't want to come out of the house. Soon it would be my turn to face the horror that brought his untimely end. It was a month later and I was at the end of my money. The heat was oppressive. I would give anything for a can of soda. August was not forgiving, and as I walked past Summer Wave, the heat made me crazy enough for an idea. I would sneak in while Tiffany was napping and steal 2 cans of soda. 1 for the day, and 1 for tomorrow, then as soon as I can, I would pay back Miss Tiffany as soon as possible. I crept in like a bandit, hoping no one would see me as I was worried someone might walk in. But I was quick enough, I got 2 cherry sodas and ran out. Thought I would get off, no consequence. I was wrong. That night, I went to bed with the fan blowing on me, and I was just about to fall into slumber when I noticed the fan go off, and a dark, malicious presence behind me. I was trapped in sleep paralysis, facing the wall, too terrified to turn around and see the thing lurking over me. Thief, I hear it say. Thieves aren't welcome in this neighborhood. I could move my mouth and speak loud enough to explain myself. Please, I had no money. It was so hot. I'll pay her back. It sounded like excuses coming out of my mouth. Lies. You're just like your friend. You stole from my store, my family, and my legacy. Why shouldn't I? Please, I pay every time. It was just this once. I think it sensed the honesty in me. Alright. I can tell you're not lying. You get one more chance, but steal so much as a candy bar, and it will be the last thing you do. I felt his grip on me release. I jumped out of bed and turned on the lights to nothing. I still shop there to this day, but I always make sure to ring the bell and pay. Because when I am in there, I can feel something watching me. Caleb is 10, but he still looks like the 4-year-old we adopted back in Philadelphia. When I say he hasn't aged, I don't mean he looks young for his age. I mean he hasn't aged at all. He wears the same size shoe and clothing as he did when he was 4. He's the same height and weight. He has the same childish giggle, the same porcelain doll skin. It still baffles my wife, Brienne, and me. Brienne and I picked up Caleb at the adoption agency one day in January. When we arrived, Caleb was waiting for us, bundled in his navy fishtail parka with a fuzzy brown hood that made him look like a little bear. He held a small red suitcase. That's all you've got? I asked, glancing at the suitcase and tussling his hair under his hood. Caleb gazed up at me with his emerald green doe eyes, his mouth downturned in a little frown. I don't have much to bring, he said. I only have one toy. A puppy. Brienne cooed and cawed with maternal pride, but I kept quiet. Although I admit, I had a big smile on my face that day, but the sadness in Caleb's eyes melted me in a way that's hard to describe. I'd never been one of those kid people. I wasn't keen on becoming one of those militant soccer dads who stood on the field at their kids' sports games, shaking their fists at the referees and shouting things like, "Knock 'em dead, Tiger. Show those little twerps what's up." In fact, I found overzealous family people annoying. Until we adopted Caleb, that is. After that, my whole world changed. Maybe that's what happens when people get older. The year before we adopted Caleb, I felt that paternal tug. Like someone was whispering to me that it was time to be a dad now. The first year with Caleb was fun. I taught him how to ride his bike, swim, and fish. But when Caleb turned 6, things changed. One problem was that, physically, Caleb didn't change. 2 years after we adopted him, Caleb wore the same size shoes and clothes as he did when he was 4. Brienne called the adoption agency to ask about health problems, but the agency had gone out of business a month before, and the woman who signed off on the adoption hadn't been seen or heard from since. Brienne and I worried Caleb might fall behind in other ways. "Kevin," Brienne said to me one night, "I don't want Caleb's social life to suffer. His peers look older, and he's so small." "He'll be fine," I said, brushing off the thought with a smile. "He'll grow, hun. Just wait. By this time next year, he'll be a giant." But 1 year later, we were still waiting for that growth spurt to begin. Brienne's eyes clouded with apprehension. Something has to be wrong with him. This isn't normal. In my silence, I agreed. Aside from his preternatural youth, Caleb seemed like a healthy, happy boy. He excelled in school, bringing home perfect grades. His teachers raved about his performance. Even in kindergarten, his teacher gushed about his poetic talents. I'll admit, I had doubts. I thought, how much poetic talent could a kid barely out of diapers have? But to assuage our worries, Brienne and I took Caleb to a clinic for an aptitude test. We wanted to make sure we weren't missing anything. Dr. Linda Hampton tested Caleb, then scheduled a follow-up visit with us 1 week later to review his results. When Brienne and I returned to review Caleb's test scores, Dr. Hampton shook her head, amazed. Her eyebrows arched in surprise as she reviewed his scores. My, Dr. Hampton said, adjusting her wire-rimmed glasses. "What a kid." "Well, what does it say?" Brienne asked, shifting in her chair. "The good news is that Caleb is not lacking for intelligence," Dr. Hampton said. "And?" Brienne asked. "Well, these results suggest that Caleb's verbal ability rivals that of a master's level college student. How old did you say he was?" Dr. Hampton peered at us over her glasses. "He turned 6 in February," Brienne said, frowning with worry. "Oh dear," Dr. Hampton gasped. "Have you considered skipping him a few grades?" "A few?" Brienne asked, her eyebrows raising in surprise. "We couldn't do that. His social development would..." Dr. Hampton nodded. "Well, there are schools for the gifted. Caleb might feel more comfortable with similar peers." Brienne and I exchanged glances. "I agree with Brienne," I said to Dr. Hampton. "We don't want to stunt his social development or have him feel awkward around the older students." "Then again," I said, shifting toward Brienne, "I like Dr. Hampton's suggestion about finding a school for Caleb that'll fit better." Brienne nodded. "True," she said. "There is Ralston's Academy." Dr. Hampton nodded with approval. "Excellent choice," she said in a tone vaguely reminiscent of Faye Dunaway, circa Mommy Dearest. "Ralston is top shelf in terms of its academics. I have many clients who have enrolled at Ralston. Students have to demonstrate academic performance at least 2 grades above their current level and have outstanding test scores, as your son most certainly does. A sliver of hope crept into Brienne's expression as she turned toward me. The clouds lifted from her eyes. Well, maybe. Dr. Hampton nodded again. To speak candidly, she said, Caleb's scores are off the charts. With these scores, I couldn't imagine what school would turn him down. He's sitting on a winning lottery ticket. I say you'd be wise to cash it in. That night, Brienne and I decided we would call Ralston Academy in the morning. As predicted, Ralston Academy welcomed Caleb with delirious enthusiasm. Dr. Larson, the head of admissions, said he had never seen such astronomical test scores from a student Caleb's age. When he met us, his elderly eyes beamed from behind his glasses. "You have a wonderkind on your hands," he said with a pearlescent smile, then slapped me on the back. "How marvelous for you both." As expected, Caleb excelled at Ralston, blowing everyone away. Even in first grade, Caleb demonstrated a gift for languages, absorbing Mandarin, French, Spanish, Greek, and Italian with dizzying ease. He hasn't taken any of these languages before, his first grade teacher said, marveling at Caleb's talents during a parent-teacher conference. Brienne and I shook our heads. "He doesn't get his skills from us," I said, attempting a joke, but the teacher looked unimpressed. She flashed a wan smile, then continued. "Caleb's like a sponge," she said. "He started Greek classes last month, and already he has such a brilliant command of the language. His Greek teacher, who is a native by the way, says Caleb has mastered the accent to perfection." I suppressed the eye roll I could feel coming on. A little dramatic, I thought, but I had to hear this for myself. When we returned home, Caleb sat on the sofa with his babysitter, watching the History Channel. The babysitter nodded off, looking bored out of her mind, but Caleb was perched at the edge, engrossed in the program. "What are you watching?" I asked Caleb, whose back was turned to me. "Ancient civilizations of Mesopotamia," he said, sounding drunk with awe. I rolled my eyes. "Really? What about a cartoon or something?" Caleb spun around and shot me a sour look. "Not funny," he said, then returned his attention to the television. "Hey Caleb," I said, "we hear you're impressing your teachers with your Greek. Why don't you say something for me?" He spun back around, his eyes glowing with pride. "Really? They said they're impressed?" I nodded. "Miss Simmons says you're doing excellent work." Then without warning, Caleb rattled off something in Greek. The authenticity of his accent sent chills through my bones. If I didn't know better, I would have thought the voice belonged to a Greek child. I would never have guessed that accent belonged to an Anglophone. My mouth dropped open. Holy shit. I started, unaware that I had vocalized my thoughts until Brienne slapped my hand. "Kevin," she scolded. I covered my mouth. Caleb giggled. "I'm going to record this, Caleb," I said, pulling my cell phone out of my pocket to record him. "Okay, now say that again, Caleb." He repeated the phrase. "Unbelievable," I said, shaking my head as I saved the recording. But before long, events took a more sinister turn. The fall after Caleb turned 6, things started happening in the neighborhood. At first, we didn't think much of it. One day we were finishing lunch when the sound of a child wailing drew our attention. We looked out the window and spotted little Todd Keller sitting on the street bawling. We rushed to the boy and moved him to the curb. His ankle was bruised and swollen. "What happened?" I asked, figuring he had fallen off a bike, but no bike was anywhere in sight. He clutched his ankle, wincing in pain, still crying. After he calmed, he said, "Someone pushed me." "Who, honey?" Brienne asked. I don't know, he said, shrugging in confusion. I was just walking and someone shoved me to the ground. Todd said, drying his eyes. But when I turned around, no one was there. Brienne and I traded worried glances. Here, let's get you home, I said. Brienne and I walked him to his house around the corner, and Todd's mother thanked us. All of us were confused about the incident, but as the days passed, we forgot about it. Around that time, animals started going missing. It started with the next-door neighbor's cat, then escalated. Within 2 weeks, 6 neighbors reported cats missing. One reported a missing parakeet, which I thought was random. Why would someone want that? I wondered. One afternoon, Brienne and I chatted with the neighbors while we waited for the school bus to drop off Caleb. At first I thought my cat ran away. Mrs. Jones, our next-door neighbor, said, but when 5 more cats went missing after mine did, I suspected foul play. The other women nodded in agreement. What do you mean foul play? Mr. Gross, another neighbor, asked, looking concerned. As in something dangerous? Mrs. Jones shrugged. Could be anything, she said, her voice hinting at something more ominous than she was admitting. Just saying, there could be some kind of... Never mind. But Mr. Gross pressed her for details. Go on, he urged. Some kind of what? Black magic or weird occult shit? Mrs. Jones nodded, and the other neighbors traded worried glances, looking more disturbed as each minute passed. Caleb's school bus rounded the corner, and Caleb descended moments later. We waved at the neighbors, then returned inside. What was that all about? Caleb asked as the neighbors dispersed. Just us neighbors talking, Brienne said. But Caleb wasn't satisfied. About what? Well, she said, people are worried about their pets, honey. People's cats are missing. But instead of looking worried, as we expected, Caleb broke out into a broad grin, then giggled. Concerned, Brienne shot him a dark look. Caleb, she scolded, it isn't funny. How would you like it if your pet went missing? Neither of us were prepared for his response. He whipped his head around and shot her a withering glare, his eyes narrowing. If I was dumb enough to let my cat roam the streets unattended, then I'd say I deserved what I got. The guy probably buried them in a pet cemetery down the road. Without another word, he went inside. Brienne and I traded glances, horrified. That night, Brienne went to Caleb's room to talk to him, but he wouldn't speak. Later, she told me what happened. He scowled at me, refusing to speak, she said. I joked. So are you going to give me the silent treatment forever? But he didn't crack a grin. I gave up, but when I walked away, I tripped and fell. From the ground, I glanced under his bed, and, oh my God, Kevin, there were animal leashes under there. But the next day, when we went to check it out, nothing was there. A week later, Mrs. Jones said that police had found her cat buried in a shallow grave up the street. She announced the news to the neighbors, sobbing. He was buried next to 5 other neighbors' cats in a pet cemetery a mile up the road, she said, sniffling. One night about a month later, I awoke to the sound of muffled voices coming from down the hall. Brienne was asleep next to me. Caleb was the only other person in the house. Or so I thought. Who was he talking to? I wondered. I crept out of the bedroom, tiptoeing to avoid detection. I crept towards Caleb's room and pressed my ear to the door. He sounded like he was having a conversation. Caleb giggled. I wouldn't do that, he exclaimed. My eyebrows shot up as I listened. Who was he talking to? I would wait, Caleb said again, then giggled. But what came next made the hairs on my arms stand upright. The deep voice of a much older man replied, "I can keep an eye on them for you." But I didn't wait to hear the rest. Without a second thought, I flung open the door. My eyes darted around the room, half expecting to catch someone crawling out the window, but no one was there. The window was undisturbed. I had opened the door in a flash before anyone would have had time to flee. Whoever was here wouldn't have had time to escape. I looked under the bed. No one. I had opened the door in the middle of that person's sentence. Whoever he was, whoever had been in Caleb's room didn't seem to be there now. "Caleb, who were you just talking to?" I asked, panting. Caleb giggled. "My friend Daniel." "Who's Daniel? And where is Daniel?" "Dad," Caleb said, rolling his eyes and laughing. "Don't be silly. Daniel is right here." He pointed up at an empty space in front of him, at something that stood at a height about 1 inch shorter than me. My skin crawled with chills. No one was there. Since then, we have taken Caleb to several child psychologists, but nothing has come from it. They either try to put him on antidepressants or tell us to spend more time with him. Never mind that we already spend lots of time together as a family. One psychologist said spending more time with Caleb might eliminate his need for imaginary friends. But the more time goes by, the more I question how imaginary Daniel is. Daniel knows things he shouldn't know. We've tested Caleb to see if we can trick him somehow, but so far it hasn't worked. One day I told Caleb, "Ask Daniel where I was born." "Where was my dad born?" Caleb asked the empty room. Then, "South Philadelphia," Caleb said without a pause. "And when you were 5, your family moved to Pittsburgh, then California, then back to Philadelphia 1 year later." All correct. And Daniel knew about Brienne's tumultuous relationship with her now deceased mother. He knew about her depression as a teenager. He knew she had 2 miscarriages before we adopted Caleb. Caleb knew none of this information, so how Daniel knew was a mystery. Caleb is 10 now, but he still talks to Daniel every day. It looks like Daniel is here to stay. A few nights ago, Brienne and I were reminiscing about when we adopted Caleb. Then I remembered that voice recording I had saved of him speaking Greek back in 1st grade. "Did we ever figure out what it was he was saying?" Brienne asked. I shook my head. "No, but you know what? One of my colleagues has a Greek mother-in-law. I'll send him the recording and see if he'll have her translate it." I had kept that recording in my phone, so I pulled it up and texted it to my colleague. He texted back within the hour. He wrote, "I sent it to her, and she listened to it. This is what it says. Don't you know who I am? When will you realize who I am?" I don't know what dark feels like. Sure, the word's in the dictionary, which means I know the bloody definition. But I guess what I'm trying to say is that I've never had the absence of light touch my skin, so to speak. Some of the others have, and that's all top of the morning, but after having it explained to you hundreds of different times in the most confusing ways possible, you'd think that people wouldn't be able to make a simple concept like darkness so unbearably frustrating to understand. You just kind of let it go and move on with the way of things. For a while, anyway. Because it always snakes back, doesn't it? That one cursed thing that eludes your understanding no matter how hard you try to wrap your thinking around it and grasp its complete meaning. It's like one of those puzzles the geezers throw at us as wee toddlers. Something so damn confusing that it makes you want to yank out every strand of blossoming hair. But still maddeningly intriguing enough to convince you to come back to it the next day after, despite all your bubbling stress. That's dark for me. There used to be a blind girl who lived among us, and one day I asked her about it. Surely she'd be able to divulge the true meaning of darkness. After all, that was her reality. But to my surprise, she couldn't. I'm serious. She said that since she had no clue what light was, she couldn't possibly begin to explain what dark would mean to someone like me. A person with as much sight as the giant bulbs above us were hot. But I pressed her. I wanted some kind of answer from someone who couldn't see a lick of a thing every hour of the day. And when she gave it, I was struck dumb. I swear to you. This is what she said, and I'll never forget it. I guess, to you, darkness would be absolutely nothing. I thought about that one for weeks, let me tell you, and eventually, after I'd turned the idea over hundreds of times in my head, I went back to her for more. I couldn't create nothing in my imagination. I knew that there was more to life than always being under the lights. I'd read about creation and all that, but if there was always something, then what was nothing? Was it a scientific property found in the center of a star? Maybe. Could nothing be created? I wanted more answers. She had to know more. She just had to. But she'd never tell me. Not because she wouldn't, but because she couldn't. She was gone by the time I went back to her. Taken away, a stranger told me. She'd done something terrible and had to answer for her crime. I wondered what crime a blind girl could possibly commit, to which the stranger shrugged and said he had no perfect clue. He simply told me to forget about it, and while I was at it, her too. I wouldn't see her again, he said. No one would. Not after being taken away. You can imagine how much that burned me, but I've seen others dragged off, some of them dear friends, and the stranger was right. I've yet to see any of their faces again. It's just a part of life under the lights that you accept. But I still wanted answers. I was still juggling 50-pound balls of curiosity and yearned for someone to ease my mind, so I tossed my question his way. What do you think nothing is? I asked. Nothing? He gave me a sideways look, like one would give someone diseased. Yeah, nothing. Like the absence of everything? The stranger looked up at the unwavering lights, stroked his shaved chin, then shook his head. You kids ask the dumbest bloody questions, I swear to Christ. But if you really want to know so bad, I suppose I'll tell you. He pointed up. See all those lights? I nodded, following his straight finger with my eyes. Yeah. Well, nothing's what we'd be if they all went out. Bury these for me, the woman said, thrusting a well-manicured fistful of pearls in front of the gardener's face. And whatever you do, don't let my husband see them. Then she threw them on the dirt beside her and walked away, bouncing on her toes to keep her long red heels from sinking into the earth. It wasn't the first, and wouldn't be the last time she was asked to hide precious jewels amongst the rose bushes. They were presents from the many men she would waltz in and out of the house while the husband was away on business trips. The gardener pitied the husband as she dug holes for the diamond earrings and sapphire brooches, until he approached her with an armful of papers and the decency to look ashamed. Bury these for me, and whatever you do, don't let my wife see them. They were ticket stubs, bills for vacation homes in Aruba, records of child support payments, and many, many pictures. At least, the gardener thought as she tore the heads off of smiling women and added them to the mulch around the petunias. They're a good match. They deserve each other. She kept telling herself that when the woman brought her sterling bracelets with a black eye and the husband brought her half-finished divorce papers with deep scratches on his cheek and forearms, she stopped when she saw the decorations for the baby shower go up in the yard. In her small shed at the edge of the property, She lay awake most nights, listening and worrying. She could hear the husband screaming as the baby screamed, and later, the woman crying as the baby cried. She had never much cared what the couple did to each other, but for those past few years, she couldn't help picturing what was happening to the child behind closed doors. Her fears eased when he grew old enough to toddle out of the house to meet her. The first time she met him, she was trimming the hedges into uniform peaks. He stared up at her with bright, inquisitive eyes and told her his name was Jeremy. She responded in turn that hers was Maria, and he nodded, satisfied, and ran back to where his mother lay tanning. There wasn't a scratch on him, and Maria slept well that night for the first time in 4 years. From then on, he would visit her from time to time as she weeded and watered and pruned and plucked. He asked her questions and she would try her best to answer them. Sometimes, if she was very lucky, she would even make him laugh. As he grew older, the visits became more frequent, until they were an almost daily affair. One particularly hot day, as he was stretched out with his arms behind him on the grass, and she was planting rhododendrons, he said to her, "You know, Maria, you're a lot nicer than my mom. I wish you were my mom instead." Maria hadn't trusted herself to look up, as her heart was swelling and she felt any movement would cause her to combust. She promised herself in that moment that she would do anything to protect Jeremy and keep him happy. As the years went on, she couldn't help feeling that Isaiah probably would have looked a lot like Jeremy did, if he had been given the chance. She was still buying jewelry for the woman and documents of her husband. He was filing for bankruptcy. If only he knew the riches hidden behind his feet. So it was only a matter of time before she started buying things for their son, too. It started with the small birds that twittered outside his window early in the morning, and then the squirrels that had infested his treehouse. She put them to rest around the magnolia in the backyard. There was the hamster that had been a fascination until it chewed through his television cables, and the puppy that had been a favorite until it made the mistake of biting him. She had felt guilty at first when she covered their little faces with dirt, but then she thought of Jeremy's happy, smiling, and bright, and she remembered that she would do anything and everything for him. The gardener kept her promise on that night, when she awoke in her little shed to shouting in the big house. She thought of Jeremy and ran outside, across the lawn, through the front doors and into the fray. Shots were fired and Jeremy turned to look at her, tears collecting instantly in his eyes. The gun was dropped and she kicked it away from him, taking the boy into her arms and turning him away from where his parents lay as he started to cry. The woman had found out about the bankruptcy and had been screaming bloody murder and tearing the room apart. It was enough to make anyone make a rash decision. She led him upstairs and tucked him into bed, promising him that she would have it all taken care of when he woke up in the morning. She kissed his forehead, went back downstairs, and dragged their bodies out the front door to the flower beds. She was digging when she heard the sirens, and the driveway was suddenly flooded with flashing red and blue lights. The police surrounded her with flashlights and guns and were shouting things at her, but she wasn't listening. She was watching as Jeremy stepped out onto the front porch with a blanket wrapped around his shoulders and was greeted by 2 officers. His face was red and splotchy, and he looked like he was trying to speak but couldn't. Instead, he pointed an accusatory finger at her while staring at the ground. It broke her heart. She turned her attention to the officers in front of her and swallowed hard. "You don't understand," the gardener said, raising hands that were grimy from dirt and gunpowder as she remembered all the little faces. "I buried them all for him." Back when I was a kid, growing up in rural Nebraska, I would go to my aunt's for a week during fall to hang out with my cousins and my other family. They'd take me to school about half an hour away each morning so I could still keep up with schoolwork. Those times that my cousins were usually pretty memorable, but one memory sticks out in particular. In 1993, when I was 15, I arrived at my aunt's house late in the afternoon. After my parents had said their goodbyes and left, my older cousin Scott took me over to his room and said, "Whatever you do, Brian, don't look inside. If you hear something, don't acknowledge it. Don't search for it. Don't do anything. You understand me?" I nodded my head hesitantly, because I was confused. He never acted like this before. So I was thinking it might have been a prank to try and scare me from going to the woods. At about 8, my aunt and uncle had left the house to go on a date night out in the city. So it was just me, Scott, and his younger sister, Valerie, at the house. At about 8:45, while Scott and I were playing video games, I thought I could hear Val outside. I asked Scott to pause the game so I could hear better, and I definitely heard her. "Hey Scott, I think Val needs help outside." "No, she doesn't. She's not outside." At this point, Scott turned off the TV, and I ran to go to the nearest room. I grabbed him by the arm and said, "Scott, where do you think you're going? She's outside and she said she needed help." Scott then ripped his arm out of my grasp and whispered through his gritted teeth, "I told you, she's not outside. She was never outside. She's been in the house the whole time." As I started to argue with him, Valerie came out of the bathroom. "What's going on? What are you two fighting about?" She was interrupted as her own voice screamed from outside, "Scott, help me! Help me, Scott!" We all froze as it continued. Tears began to well up in Scott's eyes, and he whispered through trembled lips, "I told you." I said then, a little shook up, "Maybe it's just someone who sounds like Val. I'm gonna look through the kitchen window to see what's going on." Scott began to shake his head from side to side, trying his hardest to convince me from going over there. But I didn't listen. Through the open window, the cries for help got louder and louder, and I peeked up over the counter to look outside. I saw what looked like a mountain lion or wolf with its back to me, screaming for Scott. At this point, I was terrified, but I couldn't look away. Then it turned around on its hind legs and just stared into my eyes with what felt like burning orbs of hellfire. Then I noticed its face. It was grotesque and otherworldly, like some sort of eldritch horror. It then screamed, "Brian! Brian!" in my mother's voice. I ran towards Val and Scott, and we booked it to Val's room, where there were no windows, and we didn't sleep the whole night. The next day, none of us had spoken about it, and we haven't spoken about it since.